Kaya natin yan. Kaya natin yan. Kung nais umasenso, manap ng trabaho, o di kaya'y subukang magnegosyo. Lumikha ng produkto at sikaping lumago, inspirasyon mong pagkapiko. Katuwang ng gobyerno sa iyong tagumpay, iisa ang ating hangarin. Pag may abilidad at oportunidad, tiyak na ang lahat ay uunlad. Trabaho, negosyo, kabuhayan, kaya natin yan.
Walang iwanan.
Go lang ng go mga kaibigan. Trabaho, negosyo, kabuhayan, kaya natin yan.
Sulong Pilipinas.
Go, 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 kababayan. Kaya natin yan. Kaya natin yan. Kayaw magtipid sa iyong mga pangarap. Sige-sige sa pagsisikap. Asenso'y sigurado sa hinaharap. Manalig lang palagi sa sarili. Trabaho, negosyo, kabuhayan, kaya natin yan.
Walang iwanan.
Go lang ng go mga kaibigan. Trabaho, negosyo, kabuhayan, kaya natin yan.
Sulong Pilipinas.
Go, 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 kababayan. Kaya natin yan. Kaya natin yan.
I'm a software developer. This is my office. I work for a company based in Shanghai. I love my work. I can use my best talent and passion every day. When I had the chance to take this job, I thought about my career, about my family. We had just had our first child. My family is very important for me. I do my best for them.
We are married for 6 years now. I work in marketing for a small company from Madrid. This is the work that I love to do. I don't like traffic. If I spend my energy and time in traffic, there will be less energy and time for work, family, and myself. I am very dedicated and committed to my career. I am busy with Madrid. He is busy with Shanghai. We work and live exactly where we are happy. You're welcome. Bye. Bye. What do you want for dinner?
Sushi?
Sushi!
Do you want a flexible, sustainable, and more healthier way of working? Working remotely allows you to do your job anywhere in the world, so you can spend more time with the people you love in the place you love most.
I'm a software developer. This is my
I remember at the beginning of March, my thought was, I don't know if we're going to make it to the summer. So we're Priority Bicycles. We design and manufacture low-maintenance bicycles
for everyday riders. We were coming off a great year, and when the pandemic hit,
that all just came to a huge halt.
we really had to think creatively.
Teams allowed us to come up with great ideas together and put better product out there for our customers.
We started doing virtual visits via Microsoft Teams. We pull a bike off the wall just like we would if somebody were here.
Hey, is that TK?
Hi, how are you?
We can show them how sizing works. We can show them how the gears and brakes work.
We can offer that personal connection through the virtual visit.
All of a sudden, we could open up our showroom to customers around the world. We're able to see 2- or 3-fold the amount of customers we used to be able to see.
Microsoft Teams has changed our company as a whole.
Without Teams, there's no way this would have been possible. And I really think it's going to set a standard for retail moving forward. I remember at the beginning of March, my thought was, I don't know if we're going to make it to the summer.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second day of the Work Remote online conference. Yesterday, we discussed Work Remote and its benefits for job seekers, and today, we will be discussing its benefits for businesses. To officially start our program, I'd like to call on the co-founder of Work Remote, Miss June Bolneo.
There, go please. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. Today, we are going to be discussing about remote work on the company side. And I think this is a very important topic for us to speak about, because we normally don't talk about the troubles and the issues that our companies are facing. We are so focused on the individual side, the job seeker side, the employees, and we normally don't talk about the issues that companies are dealing with when it comes to remote work, and why there was a lot of pushback regarding remote work to begin with. So remote work, why your company needs training. So when the pandemic hit, 88% of the organizations worldwide made it mandatory or encourage their employees to work from home, right? For safety reasons, this was a gradual increase. Some countries did it first, and then others followed suit. And at the moment, a lot of the countries are still in lockdown. And in Portugal, where I am based at the moment, it's mandatory for companies to let their employees work from home. There's a lot of issues that we want to tackle, when it comes to this situation, because this is forced remote working. This is not the normal remote working setup. And most of the people were not trained to do it. Most of the people do not know how to do it. And so we are now slowly realizing that there is a lot of issues around it, like isolation, mental health, burnout. So the reason why we want to see this from both sides, from the company side and the individual side, is that what are the other things that we are also facing aside from those issues are decreasing performance and the low trust when it comes to management. How are they reaching out and making connections and building trust with their employees? And that's what we want to go ahead and focus on this today. Right, so here are some statistics. So Buffer normally does their state of remote work every year. And last year, they did their survey and they've gotten back with these data. So what's your biggest struggle with remote working. So they surveyed thousands of remote workers, so people who are currently working remotely. And these are the problems that they are facing. So collaboration and communication is number one in there, right? And if you are familiar with, or if you have gone through our course, we've actually mentioned that communication is the number one priority. You know, that's just like a number one in your toolkit. The skills for communication should be there. And there's an entire module for communication, because this is so important when you are working remotely. This is good communication within an organization, within a company, is what enables you to be able to work remote seamlessly. Second is loneliness and isolation. This is kind of a slow burning candle when it comes to remote working. For us who have been working remotely for years now, we realized this way back. And the first few months that you are working remotely is the honeymoon phase, and you will probably be like, oh, this is so great, I can work in my pajamas, and it's okay for me to work anytime, or I can work in the kitchen, I can work wherever it is. But you would soon realize that most of the time it's just going to be by yourself. And most especially now with the pandemic, with us being isolated and confined in our homes, this increases even more, because then there's no opportunity for us to go out of the house. Most remote workers don't really work from home 100% of the time. We go out, right? We make an effort. It's more intentional for us to go out, but we do go out. And so for myself, I actually work in libraries, and remote workers are also struggling during this time in the pandemic, because then we wouldn't be able to go to co-working spaces, we wouldn't be able to work in cafes and whatnot. So loneliness is actually number one in there. However, of course, because we are ahead of the curve, this is something that we already know how to deal with, or at least we have some coping mechanisms on how we handle isolation and loneliness, because we have been working remotely for a while now. With the people who were forced to work remotely during the pandemic, they don't have any coping skills yet, because they didn't kind of expect this to happen. They were kind of forced and pushed into working from home and by themselves. So this is a real struggle for them. So not being able to unplug is also another thing that is very common for remote workers, for people who are working remotely, recently, newbies. That's because your days, your working hours, and your personal time bleeds into, there's no clear distinction, and you're the one who needs to set boundaries. And sometimes, setting boundaries for yourself is the hardest thing to do. In a regular work setup, this is very easy, because your environment sets the boundaries for you. For example, you get up in the morning, you take a shower, you endure traffic to go to work, and this preps you that this is work time, right? So now it's switched, it's work. And then when you go home, you close everything, you leave the office, you endure more traffic, and then you finally get home, and then you can go ahead and relax, right? However, with working from home, there is no such thing. There is no boundaries between these areas, and you have to set them yourself. If you are not used to setting boundaries yourself, like you are the ones who are blocking your hours or blocking your time, then this is going to be really difficult for you to unplug, right? So you would be working at 9 p.m. and it's still, it's the same place. It's going to be, whether it's going to be in your kitchen or in your couch or wherever it is that you are working, it's the same, and it blends all in. And and that's very difficult, because then you wouldn't be able, you don't know, it's either you don't know how to turn yourself on to work mode and when to turn off. So this is why we think that retraining employees and retraining people how to set these types of boundaries is necessary. It seems very common sense, but it actually not so common, because as a society, this is how we were trained. You know, you wake up in the morning, you go to school, you do all of your classes, and then you go home after your school. This is how we were kind of manufactured, you know. This is how we were trained from a very young age up until college, and even after college when we go to work. So how do you do that? How do you train yourself to set boundaries when all of your boundaries, were set for you? They were set by your environment, and that's why it's necessary for us to do the training. Distractions from home, being in a different time zone and teammates, these are all like very much like they are very common as well, but not as deterrent or as important as communication, loneliness, and being unable to unplug. This all bleeds into the other struggles of most people, especially with workers or with individuals, or that are working from home and they have their families, they have kids. It's very difficult for you to say to your 3-year-old that I have to work, this needs to be done. It's very difficult for us to be able to box in work time and personal time and family time every time. So, and like I said, if this is not something that you're used to, if you are used to sending your kids to school or to daycare, or somebody at home is taking care of your family where you are at work, and then now they're all mushed together, how do you even deal with that? Like, some people don't even realize that taking care of our kids is a full-time job, right? And that's why we send them to school, because then we have teachers that we pay for or the government is paying for. If it's public school, who does the job? Who does that job for us? It's a full-time job to take care of kids. So, and now that you are at home, you are doing 2 jobs. You're taking care of your family, and you're also working for a company or for yourself or whichever. So there's like 2 jobs, all at the same place. And it also is the same place where you are living and supposed to be your downtime and your personal time. It's all mixed into one. So this is a real struggle for most new remote workers. Now, this is like, what is your place stands in remote work? So they've surveyed people last year, and it's kind of funny because we, as remote work advocates, we have been following Buffer's State of Remote Work throughout the years. They've started about 2 or 3 years ago, 2007, when they started to do the State of Remote Work. And this basically has changed from that time, wherein most of the people were pro, fully remote. And now there's a big change wherein people actually wants to do part-time. Part of the team is full-time remote, and part of the team is in the same office, or there's a mixture. Like they would prefer to be a hybrid instead of a fully remote company or a fully remote team. They want to be in a hybrid setup rather than to be all remote and at home. And that's because of the current situation right now. I mean, you probably relate remote working to working from home, which is actually not the case. So remote work, as we've discussed yesterday, remote work is not a place, it's not a location. Remote work is a way of working. It just so happened that we have a pandemic going on at the moment, and the only place that you can work from is from home. And what we're trying to make companies understand, because most of the companies would say at the moment, it's you can work from home or you can work remotely at this time, during the pandemic. And then after the pandemic is over, we will need to go ahead and reevaluate if we want to keep this setup, which is fair, because especially for a company who was swept into remote working, it's difficult for them to make a sound decision at the moment where everything is so unsure. And with regards to going hybrid, to be honest, and this is based on the many reviews and feedback of different remote companies or hybrid companies. It's more difficult to implement than going all remote. It's actually better for you to go all the way. You just go remote first, and then you can give the option to people to choose whether they want to be in the office or not, right? So at the moment, we have, and I believe this is also the case in the Philippines, where in most, it's a split between people in the office and people at home. And just to give a review of what we have talked about, remote working or remote work is a working style that allows professionals to work outside of a traditional home office. And this is what we want to embed. We want to keep repeating this to people, to individuals, and to companies as well, that you sending people home is yeah, they are working remotely, but that's not necessarily the case. The remote work is a style, it's a setup, it's a method that you implement, and people, once it's implemented, people can go ahead and choose where to work, whether they want to work in a co-working space or in at home or even in your office. It should be blended. It's like the office should be just another location where people can work from. So this is an insight from the Buffer State of Remote Work, the report that we have just reviewed earlier. People who don't recommend remote work are on teams split between offices and remote workers. And like I said, hybrid setup is typically the most difficult setup to implement. And this is because eventually, imagine if some people are always in the office and then some people are always at home, right? They're gonna go ahead and there's going to be a gap, and it's going to grow wider and wider as time goes along, because people who are in the office would be more bonded together because it's presential and they see each other. And it's very hard to replicate that interaction online. I don't know if you have ever experienced going into a conference or in the people who are in the conference room and you're the only one who is remote, only you're joining in through a Zoom call or Teams or whatever platform you're using, and then eventually the people in the room forgets that you are actually with them. And it's normal, because if you are not conscious about this, if the company is not conscious about being inclusive with all of the people, remote or not, then the culture is going to divide. There's going to be a divide between those two groups, people who are always in the office and people who are in the remote. And there was a case with Yahoo before, a few years back. Yahoo tried to implement working from home, but the problem, the issue is that they kind of just implemented it, and they got burned, and they said, okay, we need to increase productivity and bring people back to the office, because there's more collaboration, there's more control over the people who with the times and whatnot. So what did they do wrong in that situation? So if they didn't go remote first, right, wherein everybody was remote and by default they were working from home and they have an even playing field, everybody was trained how to communicate well, they did all of their training with the managers and training with the individuals, then maybe they would have been able to prevent that. Because if you just give people laptops and send them home and say, hey, you're working remotely now, chances are the success rate is going to be bad, right? Because of the many factors that we've talked about before, like setting boundaries, good communication. And there's also a lot of other underlying issues in there that we will touch on a little bit. But yeah, so this is the reason why most companies that go remote if they don't implement it properly, most likely they will just revert back to going to the office. They're just going to go back to the office because they said, oh, we tried it, it didn't work, we didn't like it. So let's just call everybody back to the office, right? And they don't, and they didn't realize that there were a lot of underlying issues why that didn't work. So the pushbacks that we are normally getting are from managers. So 40% out of the 215 supervisors and managers that the Harvard Business Review surveyed, and this was last year, April of last year, had very low trust when it comes to performances for remote workers. So as you can see, they are like hovering towards in the same level. But basically, they have very low confidence of the ability of remote workers to perform well when they are working from home or when they're working away from the office. And our deduction when it comes to this is because managers weren't really trained to manage people remotely. So like going back to what I was talking about before, we were trained by society to be in the office, right? And so most of our managers at the moment only knows how to manage people in the office. And what it does, remote working, what it does is it amplifies whatever issues that you have in the current office right now. So let's just say you have issues with how you store your resources, your files, your documents, and whatnot. In the office, it's very easy for you to just go to someone's workstation and just say, hey, Jill, do you have this paper, blah, 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 stored somewhere, right? That's not going to be as easy as it was, it is in remote. And, you need to have like some sort of autonomy in people so that you're not always asking people where things are. You need to have systems in place so that you can have your employees work independently on their own. They're basically self-managed, and you as a manager is just there to make their lives better or their work better, right? Rather than just micromanaging everything. And typically what's happening now with companies is that we are micromanaging people who are working remote because we don't trust them. So there's a lot of time tracking, there's a lot of people who like doing screenshots and whatnot, making sure that people are working when they're supposed to work. And this is more towards because we have low trust or low confidence that they will be able to do their job without you hovering in their shoulder. So how do we resolve this? If we are able to, managers basically has the responsibilities as well and reports to fill out and do presentations and whatnot to their bosses. And what managers need to do is they need to be able to measure performance without the need for them to see the person in person. They don't need to see them typing away in their keyboards to know that they're working, right? So they need to learn how to be able to do that by setting out KPIs, by setting out goals, and giving out clear tasks and measuring results. So most companies, most remote companies are result oriented, and our performance are based on results. And if you are just clocking in and clocking out every time you go to the office and your manager thinks that you're working just because you're in front of the computer, then that's not how you manage performance, right? Then you're just like a man in the office or a woman in the office, if that's the case. So what we propose is that managers should also take this training so that they could increase their trust and their confidence in their employees. So as we have spoken, working from home is not remote working. It just so happened like it's remote work is not a location. It's just so happened that you are replacing the office now at home. So instead of in the office, you're actually working, from your couch or from your kitchen or from your home office. So we want to keep repeating this, remote work is not a location, it's not a place, it's a way of working. So just to give an overview for those who didn't attend yesterday's talk, and also for companies who are thinking of going remote, there are different types of remote companies. So we have the all remote, which is remote, everybody is remote. There's no physical office, but most of the time you are in a specific geography, right? It could be in the same city, it could be in the same country, it could be in the same region, same time zone or whatnot. Fully distributed is when you are all remote, there's no office, but you are fully distributed everywhere. I mean, it doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can work for that company, right? It doesn't matter which country, which region, which time zone, you are fully distributed. And then the two hybrid setup, which is remote first hybrid and remote friendly hybrid. So remote first hybrid is you are remote, all remote by default, but you have the option to go to the office. So this means that you, for both cases, you have an office that you can go to. But being remote first means that you don't have to go to the office, right? I have the option to go to the office, but I'm not required to go there. Now, with remote friendly hybrid is by default, you are supposed to come to the office, but you have the option not to come to the office. And what we suggest, what we would recommend for most companies is to go all remote. To go remote first, which means that you have the all remote mindset, right? But you have an office that you can go to. You can go ahead and tell them, look, you can go ahead and pick which days you want to come to the office. Maybe that's on Monday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, or maybe that's Tuesdays and Thursdays. It's up to them when they want to come to the office. So what we want is to give people the power, back to control where we want to work, because at the heart of it all, us ourselves, we know where we are most productive, whether that's in the office or whether that's at home. You would know yourself. There are for companies who are actually thinking of doing a transition for remote work, there are 4 things that you need to consider. Those are people, process, tools, and security and infrastructure. Can you give me my phone? Yes. So the areas to consider during the transition. People is what we've talked about. We need to go ahead and do surveys and ask our employees, what do you want? Do you want to work from home, or do you want to work in the office, or do you want a combination of both? It's important that you include this in the process and equip them, meaning to train them, give them train them to have the proper skills to be able to work remotely. And then processes, which means like how we do our stuff on a day-to-day basis. Like, how do you process, I don't know, inventory, or how do you process like receiving a request, or whatever it is that that day-to-day things needs to be done in the office. This needs to be well documented. And if you notice, most of remote companies are conscious about documentation. Like, everything needs to be documented. We're very big about documentation, because if a new person comes in, there's not a person who can actually go and go with you, tour the office and go side by side and show you around and whatnot. We have everything in documentation. We provide it to them, and what typically happens is that they give them the handbook. GitLab has probably one of the best all remote examples of a remote handbook in there, and you can go ahead and visit GitLab.com all remote to be able to see their handbook and example there, where they document all of their processes. Now, tools is basically with regards to what are they using? Are they using Teams? Are they using Zoom? Are they using what is it that they use to do their jobs, right? This needs to be streamlined, because people are talking in Facebook, and people are talking in Slack, and people are talking so it's very confusing to people to be using many different tools, and then they're all doing the same thing. So what we want is to avoid that, to avoid having multiple tools and people are confused about what they are supposed to be using to perform their job, right? We need to be able to tell them that this is what you do to communicate with your teammates. This is what we're going to do to communicate with clients. Or, if you're going to do this particular process, these are the tools that you're going to use. So it goes hand in hand, right? Process and tools actually goes hand in hand. And then the security and infrastructure. And security and infrastructure means that, how well provided are they when it comes to VPNs, for example, secured connection, especially for companies that needs a lot of security and data protection, like banks, for example. Right, and infrastructure we're in, like, are they well connected? Are we providing them good internet? And make sure that they have phone lines that they can tap into if we need to give them a call and whatnot. So these are the things that are the underlying stuff that enables people to be remote working. So these are really important parts to consider. And what we really want is for you to evaluate, if you are a company and you are in this moment of whether you are deciding if you want to go fully remote or not, then you need to go ahead and evaluate those 4 things, right? So what kind of support you might need you will probably need to evaluate the 4 areas, like I said, and then train your managers. They need support too. It's not just about giving people laptops and then sending them home. They need to be able to know and increase their trust, their employees, their confidence that they are doing their jobs when they're supposed to, and teach them how to evaluate them based on their performance, based on their results, not how much time they were online, but were they able to deliver the things that they said that they're going to deliver. And then train your employees. Both your managers and your employees should be able to have the same, support from you, and for them to be able to know, if you're streamlining your processes and streamlining your tools, everybody in your company should know what these are, and who to go to and who to talk to if they need support, and how they communicate and how do you embed your culture within your company. So that's why. And I think that is it. If you have any questions, this would be the best time for you to ask questions. But I think we don't have any time anymore, and so we have Mentimeter on the upper part of the chat. You can go ahead and check that out, and we'll go back to it, right? But we are going to go ahead and prepare for our next speaker, which is Jan, and Jan will be joining us to talk about how to hire, the recruitment process, because the recruitment process is really important to onboarding and integrating and choosing the right candidates for your remote company. That's it. I'll see you in a bit. Thank you so much for waiting, everybody. This is an exciting talk, and I would like to welcome Philippe Tanchi. He's the technology HR leader with multiple years of experience across the numerous facets of HR. He specializes towards organizational development and HR generalist discipline. And today, he is going to be talking about inclusive hiring, how to win top talents with hiring on potential. Without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and hand over the floor to John. Go.
Nice. So thank you again for the warm introduction, and it's of course a privilege to be with you guys today. Just for context, and for further introduction. So my name is Tanchi. I'm currently the HR leader for Microsoft Philippines, as well as our area headquarters HR leader in Singapore. So I'm based out of the Philippines because of COVID-19. So can't travel around. Again, it's Chinese New Year's Eve, so happy Chinese New Year's Eve to everyone who is celebrating. Today, we're gonna touch on a topic that I think has become more prevalent in the industry nowadays, and it's specifically around really inclusive hiring. If you look at all organizations out there, nowadays the call towards diversity and inclusion has become more apparent than ever. And I think one of the things that us as Microsoft, from a company standpoint, really believes in is how diversity and inclusion comes to life, especially in the way we bring in talent into the organization. So I think first and foremost, just a reality check, right? Out of all the companies out there, you will see job advertisements. Normally, job advertisements would necessitate the number of years of experience of people who might want to apply for a particular role. And the interesting thing there is normally you'd have, like, let's say, an admin assistant position, but they'd expect 3 to 5 years of experience, when in fact, sometimes even fresh college graduates wouldn't fit those qualifications, but they pass. And that's really the realm of how hiring has evolved as of late. Firstly, I would say, in my personal experience, I'm an output of what inclusion hiring can do to a company. I'm currently 28 years old, and I got selected by Microsoft to become the HR director for Microsoft Philippines at 25 years old. And that's a testament, not because of what I've done in the past or the accomplishments I've done in the past, but it's really a testament towards how do you hire in top talent based on their potential. And throughout the day, I'll be walking you guys through probably some reasons, first and foremost, why it's important to start to hire inclusively. The second principle is, as a company, what is our culture and why have we been so successful in hiring inclusively? And the third and final piece is, what does that look like operationally? How will you then frame your questions from an interview standpoint? How will the interviewer experience be like, as well as how then can you successfully land a role in another company? So first and foremost, again, if you look at the world around us today, right, it has always been evolving and will always continue to evolve. And as of late, there have been a couple of workplace trends that have popped up in terms of things that have really changed the game in terms of how we bring in people into the workplace. And I would say there are 6 particular trends. The first one that we all need to be cognizant of is around a skills economy. If you look at the past, probably in the past, meaning fairly recently, 2 to 3 years ago, the skill set of individuals, especially in the Philippines, around app development, data and AI, or cloud technology is far and few. However, over the past 2 years, because of the sudden wave of certifications offered by large tech companies such as Microsoft, AWS, Google, you've seen a rise in individuals who are now well versed in terms of these new technologies. And that's why nowadays it's no longer a shortage of these skill sets, but rather it being an economy, meaning companies now aggregate large numbers of individuals who have these skill sets. Fun fact, even in colleges right now, us as a Microsoft company, we've experienced certain interns who have supported us through the past couple of months who are already more technologically advanced than our own leadership team, or me myself as a leadership team member. And that's really the rise of how the talent landscape has been changing today, where it no longer matters how old you are in the industry. It no longer matters how long you've been in a particular role. What matters now are the skill sets that you continually grow. The second piece is around augmented humanity. 3 years ago, I was in another conference on behalf of Microsoft presenting the same set of slides. But the word here used to be the rise of AI, because at that time, AI wasn't a thing yet. However, now, AI has become more widely accepted across countries, especially the Philippines, especially with the recent developments and gains that we've had in terms of really seeing AI not as a technology that will eliminate jobs, but rather a technology that can, at the end of the day, really supplement and augment the human experience. The third piece, what I talked about earlier, and the central core of hiring inclusively is diversity and inclusion. In Microsoft, we have a saying, and that saying goes that diversity is when you invite someone to a dance, and inclusion is when you actually invite the person to dance. If you see companies nowadays, they normally have slogans around bringing in young talent. However, it's not enough that you bring in young talent. What's important is that each company has the cultural attributes as well as the setup so that these young talents can thrive and be given opportunities within the company to really perform, transform, and really learn from their experiences. The fourth thing, which probably all of you now, probably 60 to 70% of you are dialing in from your homes, it's around fluid and flexible. If you look at the rise of COVID-19, it has actually proven that most companies can do with a remote workforce. In the past probably year that we've been in COVID-19, actually the first 2 months even of the COVID-19 crisis, March and April here in the Philippines, we've seen more technological advancement than the past 2 years because all companies have now adopted to a hybrid workplace methodology. And the last and most important piece, of course, is a company stance. And that's one thing that I'll share to you guys later on in today's presentation as well. It's in terms of how does a company's cultural ethos or principles really supplement the whole modality of bringing in fresh talent, bringing in young talent. And the last and most resounding piece for any organization, along with any individual, to be successful in this day and age, you need to understand and have a certain degree of change agility. Because what makes you good in your job today might not be what makes you good tomorrow. Also, what makes you different today will actually be the skill set that can make you excellent tomorrow. And that's why your ability to continually learn, continually be agile towards the changing market trends, as well as changing skill sets out there, is what's critical to you being able to continually become relevant in the workspace. Now, of course, that's all nice and dandy. However, if you look at culture, diba? For you to hire inclusively, you need to have a culture that is inclusive. And for that to happen, you need to change as a company. And change is hard in any shape, way, or form. As a company, probably 6 years ago, before Satya Nadella became our CEO, I would say you'd be in a very different type of webinar today, where the person speaking to you would be a much more senior HR practitioner. However, because of the ruthlessness and the intensity by which we changed as a company in Microsoft, that's why I'm a product of that change. And that's why I'm standing in front of you. However, this cultural change that we've been on, or this journey rather that we've been on, was not automatic from day one. It took a while. Satya came in as CEO probably 7 years ago, to be exact, and his cultural changes landed towards the countries, because of course the headquarters of Microsoft is in US. It landed towards countries like the Philippines, Singapore, France, and wherever, probably around 3 to 4 years after, because it really takes a while to trickle down in any organization. And this cultural change really brought us towards one question, which is, so what does Microsoft now stand for, and what is our culture? If you look at our rebranded culture, and this is applicable not just for Microsoft, but also for those of you attending the call, because this can also relate to your personal life. It's really about this one slide. And this one slide encapsulates probably how you can continually be agile in today's day and age so that you can inclusively hire and inclusively be hired. The first step is around growth mindset. If for those of you who have studied psychology or read a lot of books, growth mindset was a term coined by a famous psychologist named Carol Dweck. And the study that she did in a particular school in Chicago was that in this school, they did not give failing marks to their students. Instead of giving, let's say, a 74 or giving an F, they placed on the report card of the students, not yet. And when they compared the students who were given failing grades versus the students who were given that term, not yet, these students in the second group of the not yet group actually excelled better in the future. And that's because of the whole mindset around people allowing individuals to change, allowing people to grow. And that's the whole growth mindset methodology. It's really about how can we become learn-it-alls rather than know-it-alls. It's not about an individual knowing the most. It's not about an individual having the most set of skills, the most number of years of experience, but rather it's about the individual who has the capacity and has shown the potential to learn everything. Now, aside from having a growth mindset, what else would you need? The first thing is around customer obsession as well. If you want to be hired in a top company, if you want to be chosen, right, you need to be customer obsessed, which also relates to the customers you service. As an HR practitioner, I need to be obsessed with the organization that I support. If you are in a seller role, you need to be obsessed with, of course, the clients that you support. If you are a recruiter attending this call, that means you need to be obsessed with two things: the talent in the market, as well as the priorities of the business, so that you can combine the two things. The second piece is around diversity and inclusion, as I mentioned earlier. Normally in companies, you would seek out a mentor. Mentors normally would be people who have much more years of experience than you. However, if you do employ a diverse and inclusive mindset, whether it be hiring, whether it be promoting, whether it be pursuing business objectives, it's really around looking around the room and trying to learn from everyone in the room. Because whether it's the new guy who literally just started yesterday, or the person who has a service award in the company, there's always something to learn in between, because all of us have very different experiences. The third piece, of course, this is our culture in Microsoft, the one Microsoft culture, but it's also applicable in life and in any corporate setting. If you look at the pace of change externally out there, no one individual can solve a company's problem alone. Similarly, the fastest way to get to a solution is through, of course, the support of a number of individuals so that you get to the solution faster. And that's the whole one Microsoft methodology. If you apply it to your personal life, in short, siguro in Tagalog, wag mo solohin yung problema mo. Or in other lingo, don't be a lone wolf. Try to bring others together to solve for your problem. And ideally, if you have a growth mindset and if you do these three things, that will lead you towards making a difference. And I'd say this slide is so powerful for me when I joined Microsoft, because I understood why we were able to take risks on young talent. It's because we had the backbone of a culture that really supported this type of hiring. Aside from that, if you look at all your companies, you also need to look at what is your company's mission after all. Because your mission will really tell the type of individuals you'd want to bring in to the organization. For us, 7 years ago, Our mission was to put a PC in every home. If you look at that mission, it's not anymore as relevant because we have a PC in front. Like I'm using a laptop right now. I have my smartphone with me. I also have an Alexa device here at home. So that's like literally 3 PCs just in this one room. So therefore, we had to also pivot our mission towards this one, which is to empower every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more. And if you look at a mission so powerful as that, you also know that no matter how smart people are inside Microsoft, we can't do it alone. We need, firstly, our partners, we need our customers, and we need up and coming talent in the market, no matter what type of experience, no matter what type of background, to come to our company and to join our company, because that's really where we're able to really bring to life our exponential growth as a company. Now, that's probably the first set of slides, diba? And hopefully I didn't bore you there. This next set will be a bit more of a practical application, both as a person, for those of you who are recruiters as a recruiter, and for those of you who are leaders of your respective organizations, also to supplement your own cultural backgrounds. A while ago, I spoke about growth mindset. And when you look at growth mindset, it's really two different things. There's fixed mindset and there's growth mindset. For lack of a better word, it's actually being a know-it-all versus being a learn-it-all. In companies, most companies today, you will award the person who knows the most and you will award the person who has done the most work, right? That's traditional logic. However, in companies as well, nowadays, there are some companies like Microsoft, where when we recognize an individual, we look at a 3-circle methodology. The first circle is how well that individual has performed his or her role, which is the KPIs and all the performance metrics, right? Standard. The second circle, though, is how well has that individual helped others perform. While the third one is how well has that individual leveraged the best practices of others. If you look at that 3-circle methodology, it's no longer the know-it-all that will get the high rewards or that will get hired into the company. Rather, it's the person who's willing and humble enough to say he does not know the solution and he wants to learn it all that will become successful in this company. Similarly, in most of your companies and in most of the interviews that probably you guys do or conduct, take note that in today's fast-paced world, it's very difficult to have a star performer being a lone wolf. Normally now, the best and brightest performers are individuals who have the capacity and the ability to bring people alongside them, not because they're smart, but because they're willing to say that they don't know and that they need help. To further enhance the point, fixed mindset, the reason why it's quite outdated nowadays is because it creates this atmosphere where I need to look smart for my boss. I need to look smart in front of my colleagues. And that probably creates certain conflicts, creates challenges of collaboration, creates challenges in transparency, versus a growth mindset where you have this innate desire to be open, to learn, to make a mistake, and to admit that you don't know. Funny story, I remember when I joined Microsoft, I was fairly new, again, 25 years old. I only had probably at the time 5 years only of experience in HR. When I joined the company and I learned about, and I went to the office, I wore this suit with tie because, I thought I had to impress everyone. I had to look older. I had to look more mature. Get into my first leadership team meeting. And I realized how much of a different company it actually is. So instead of trying to look mature, I instead took off the coat, took off the tie, and just told everybody in the leadership team that I actually don't know that much yet about HR. However, I'm willing to learn. So can you help me learn? And that's been my mantra since day one. And that mantra I will carry throughout my roles in the future and throughout the teams that I will lead, because that's what made me successful. And hopefully to those of you in the call today, that's also what companies are looking out for now. It's not solely about how much you know. It's also about how much are you willing to be transparent about what you don't know. And that's what's going to land you probably the next leadership role that you're after. Now, to operationalize this further, because of course, this sounds all nice and dandy, but it's really, up in the air. If you're a hiring manager, what then will change in terms of your responsibilities? Or what are the requirements if you want to really inclusively hire? The first one is in the pre-hiring phase, even before you have an opening. Right? You need to make what we call inclusive job descriptions. Inclusive job descriptions, of course, talk not about what the role should not be like. Instead, it talks about the potential of a particular role, the potential of who can, at bare minimum, do the role. It's not about people who have at least X years of experience. Instead, it looks at potential of talents who have already done certain sets of tasks. The next principle is you also need to look at your team before you even hire an individual. You need to understand, is the mix of my team now all senior type of individuals? Therefore, you need to try to spice that mix up by hiring in fresh blood, fresh talent who has fresh insights. The third piece is also, how do you utilize your talent network? All of us have come from different companies, have met different folks in different stages of our careers. And that network is actually the best tool to utilize if you want to really try to find the best talent. And the last piece is also, how then do you promote the role in your network? If you want to really be inclusive and invite everyone into the process, then don't be sure to post on LinkedIn so that other people can see the opportunity and apply for that opportunity. Now, let's say you've done that. You've done all that nice and clean. What then do you do during the interview? The first one is a suggestion is you need to have a diverse interview pool, meaning you can't have just yourself and your +1 manager. You need to also have peers of the individual in the future who will interview. You also need to have people from other departments to interview so that you get a cohesive, balanced feedback. A suggestion as well, each interviewer might also want to probably focus on one particular aspect or principle of the job that he or she will be interviewing for, so that once you do the debrief session, all of you will have a very unbiased opinion of the candidate. The next thing is that, and I've personally experienced this in Microsoft, it's no longer about, oh, you have not done this yet. It's not about that. Rather, the questions you need to ask is around, what is the right attitude that this person has displayed in his past roles? Or what are the reasons why we should hire the person rather than not hire the person? And that paradigm shift towards finding reasons why this person should be hired in an interview rather than assessing bakit nga ba siya hindi fit sa role or why is he not fit to the role will also change the game in terms of different aspects of talents that you're looking at. The last piece is post-hiring, and this is probably a room for improvement for all of us, including us in Microsoft. Once a candidate has finished the whole hiring pool, and let's say he or she is not selected, I would highly suggest if you want to continue to have inclusive hiring as a company, you need to provide feedback fast. You need to provide why the person was not selected for the role and why the person has also some characteristics that might fit the role in the future. And that creates an environment where a candidate will trust you in the future. And as he or she grows in her career, they will want to apply back to your company. For those candidates who have already been selected for the role, I think there is nothing more important than crafting a very solidified and cohesive onboarding plan. And that's the responsibility of the hiring manager. If you want to bring in someone inclusively, right? Because step one is selecting a candidate that is different. That's diversity. Once a person has been selected, it's all about making it inclusive for him or her. If you want that person to feel welcomed in the company, you need to provide a holistic onboarding plan. And that's through who are the important people you need to talk to, who you need to meet in the organization, how does this organization work, and what is the easiest and fastest way to find a solution in this organization. Enabling a new hire to understand the answers to those 3 simple questions will allow him or her to fast track his onboarding plan and deliver results right away. And probably the last slide for me, and this is the hiring in mindset, right? What do you need to have when you want to have a hire in mindset? The first one, and the most important piece, is look at cultural competency when you interview. That's the most important aspect. You look at how the person is accountable, how the person has displayed integrity in his past roles, how leaders coach their teams rather than tell their teams what to do, how they've cared for their teams, especially during COVID-19. The next piece is around the core competencies for the role. And you'll notice this is the tier of order of priority. You first look at culture. The next piece you look at is core competency. How has that individual collaborated with others? How does that individual display judgment calls during tough decisions? How does that individual influence for impact, or rather get stakeholders on board with his or her plan to deliver a business outcome? And that's the second most important piece. Interestingly enough, nowadays, the piece that is extra because it can be learned over time is role competency, or the technical capabilities needed to deliver a role. Let's say for HR, it's about understanding labor laws in the market. Before, that would probably be the number one ask in any interview. However, nowadays, even for me, when I was hired here, that was not even a question, because those things you can learn through the job over time. And there are learnings and training programs for that. And that's why it's so important nowadays that instead of just looking at an individual's capability to do a role, you need to look at how does he fit into the culture? What are the core competencies he displays to deliver a particular job? Because that's really what you cannot teach an individual. And probably that's really the ethos of inclusive hiring. If I may summarize it in one slide, no? It's really about having a more open-minded way of looking at talent, having a more open-minded way of asking the right questions, so that you're able to uncover gems or diamonds in the rough who are ready to take on bigger assignments in your organization. And here's my last slide, and this is what Satya Nadella said when he landed our new culture in Microsoft, that as a culture, we are moving from a group of people who know it all to a group of people who want to learn it all. And for me today, that's why I participated in this call also, to learn from you guys. And I hope that you learned something from that. We will share these slides with of course, the team afterwards. And I think now I'll probably move to Q&A.
All right, thank you so much for that. So many bits and pieces like that. Yeah, bits of diamonds and golden nuggets out there in this presentation. And one of the audiences was actually asking if they could get a copy of the slide. So I'm glad, yes, we will be sharing it with everybody. And there's a couple of questions. One is from Wea. She said, sometimes it's just hard to be transparent on what you don't know, considering all the competition in the market. Wouldn't the company hire you on what you can offer, how you can help the team?
So of course, at the end of the day, you need to really share as well what you've experienced in the past. Of course, that's the preliminary piece. You don't go into an interview saying, by the way, I don't know anything. That's not the way. However, an interviewer, and this has been my personal experience, even in the people we've hired in Microsoft, we hold high value towards people who have great self-awareness. So as an individual talks about his or her experiences, what he's accomplished, what she's accomplished, the moment an individual also transparently shares what he has not done or she has not done, however, supplements that as well with, but I can learn these things because of some experiences I've had in the past, or because of some competencies that I have in terms of being a fast learner, then there's no problem with being transparent.
Right. Good. Really good, really good. Last question, and this is a very frequently asked question when it comes to remote, right? And what we get from recruiters, new recruiters hiring remote people is that what would be the key questions or what would be the key qualities that they need to look for in a candidate that would make me, would that like the telltale signs that these candidates will be good remote workers?
I'd say from a remote worker standpoint, the first one is discipline. I think it's important to ask individuals what their daily routines are like, how they ensure to keep on track of, to-do lists and stuff like that. I think understanding that an individual has an innate set of principles when it comes to working discipline is important.
Mm-hmm.
The second piece is around your own company's cultural stance. For us at Microsoft, let's say, whenever I interview people, I never ask or even wonder whether people are credible enough to work from home or can be trusted to work from home, because at the starting gate, you already trust each other. That's the first principle. So it's really about how do you find talents then who are very empowered and very self-led individuals. I think self-leadership is probably the best way to assess whether someone is fit to work remotely. And the third piece, I challenge you. I think there are roles that can't be done remotely, but I think this frame of mind where some people can work remotely, some people can't work remotely, I think that's already a fixed mindset. That will not allow you to inclusively hire someone if you start a conversation or any recruitment process with a thinking that, this candidate can't work remotely. Because immediately you're already figuring out why that person can't fit the role. If you're authentically looking to inclusively hire, you need to figure out to the best of your capabilities why an individual can work remotely, not can't.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Yes, very, very good answers. And I love that you mentioned your personal habits and the way that you discipline yourself actually says a lot, on how you can create those personal boundaries, when you're working from home, because it has a lot to do with personal boundaries. Like how do you, turn yourself on for work, and how do you turn yourself off from work? And how do you say, like, I'm going to go and work right now, deliver these, by yourself, because your manager is not going to be there standing, right next to you. But those are really, really great answers and really amazing presentation. Thank you again for doing this talk with us, Jen. And people in the audience, we will be moving towards Yvette's presentation. He is going to be talking about how to create a strategy on building a hybrid setup for your companies, and it will be really interesting. This talk with Jen is like the start of it all, because the most important part of bringing in remote people is the hiring process, choosing the right people to bring them into your company. So thank you. We'll be right back.
Thank you so much.
I remember at the beginning of March, my thought summer.
So we're Priority Bicycles. We design and manufacture low-maintenance bicycles
For everyday riders.
We were coming off a great year, and when the pandemic hit,
that all just came to a huge halt.
we really had to think creatively.
Teams allowed us to come up with great ideas together and put better product out there for our customers.
We started doing virtual visits via Microsoft Teams. We pull a bike off the wall, just like we would if somebody were here.
Hey, is that TK?
Hi, how are you?
We can show them how sizing works. We can show them how the gears and brakes work.
We can offer that personal connection through the virtual visit.
All of a sudden, we could open up our showroom to customers around the world. We're able to see 2- or 3-fold the amount of customers we used to be able to see.
Microsoft Teams has changed our company as a whole.
Without Teams, there's no way this would have been possible. And I really think it's going to set a standard for retail moving forward. I remember at the beginning of March, my thought was, I don't know if we're going to make it to the summer.
So we're Priority Bicycles. We design and manufacture low-maintenance bicycles
For everyday riders.
We were coming off a great year, and when the pandemic hit,
that all just came to a huge halt.
We really had to think creatively.
Teams allowed us to come up with great ideas together and put better product out there for our customers.
We started doing virtual visits via Microsoft Teams. We pull a bike off the wall, just like we would if somebody were here.
Hey, is that TK?
Hi, how are you?
We can show them how sizing works. We can show them how the gears and brakes work.
We can offer that personal connection through the virtual visit.
All of a sudden, we could open up our showroom to customers around the world. We're able to see 2 or 3-fold the amount of customers we used to be able to see.
Microsoft Teams has changed our company as a whole.
Without Teams, there's no way this would have been possible. And I really think it's going to set a standard for retail moving forward. I remember at the beginning of March, my
Hi, and we're back, everybody. So this is going to be an exciting topic, another exciting topic from Microsoft. And I would like to present Yvette Watson. Yvette Watson is the Modern Work Security Business Lead at Microsoft. So he has end-to-end accountability for the Microsoft 360 business in the country across all segments, from SMB to enterprise. So prior to this role, he is a teamwork collaboration solutions architect in the partner development organization covering Asia Pacific. Very international of you, Yvette. So he's going to be talking about how to build your secure hybrid work strategy and techniques to make it real, for companies that are looking to transition to a hybrid setup. So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to Yvette. Go.
Thank you so much for that introduction. I am so excited to be here. Once again, my name is Yvette Watson. I am the business lead for modern work and security for Microsoft Philippines, and essentially I manage the Microsoft 365 business. And today I'm going to talk a bit about solutions to enable seamless hybrid work. And when you really think about it, right, we were forced into a position where everybody had to work remotely. And then after which, now we're sort of in this transition phase about where we're thinking about the need to still be able to work remotely. But at the same time, what do we do in between, right? Ngayong nagta-transition na tayo for some people to work in the office, and still some people have to continue to work remotely. We think about things like social distancing. And so as an organization, we are very much committed to help, the Filipinos enable that kind of strategy for your organizations, diba? And we had to do the same. Imagine Microsoft Philippines had to go fully remote, all working from home when this whole pandemic happened. So let me kick off, right? Now, with COVID-19 impacting people around the world, organizations everywhere are pivoting to remote work and putting the safety of your employees, your customers, your communities first. We are, as a company, we're very much committed to making public health our first priority and doing what we can to address the economic and societal impact of COVID-19. You probably heard about news around things like a solution around vaccine management that we're launching, and experiences and products we're building around employee experience, such as Microsoft Viva. But I want to talk about all of that today. Very specifically, I'll cover what are some of the technologies and solutions that can help play a supporting role in your organizations, diba? Especially in the long term. So this is what I'll walk you through in the next 30, 25 minutes is our initial guidance to help you enable remote work so that your employees have access to the tools, the resources, and the expertise they need in this challenging time. Know that as an organization, Microsoft, we're here, we're committed to help support you in any way we probably can, right? So how can we help you enable remote work? When we think about it, there are two key ways, right? So we think about how we can help you. Number one, helping people stay productive, helping your end users stay productive while working from home. And then secondly, while your employees are working from home, they're thinking about, okay, how do I ensure that even if the laptops they're using are corporate owned, or the PCs that we've issued to them are now already in their homes and they're using that, how do we ensure that we still keep them protected? Wala na sila sa office eh. They're no longer within our corporate network. Our employees are working from anywhere. And for some of us, have been even forced to allow employees to use their own personal devices. Diba? So how do you ensure that you're protecting the devices they're using, you're protecting the information that's traveling across outside of your corporate network, diba? As well as the applications themselves, applications that you as an organization have invested in. So when we think about helping people stay productive, Microsoft provides organizations with the ability to, and I'll cover these in much more detail. But four things. Number one, enable people to meet and collaborate from home. Number two, we want to help deliver solutions to drive engagement using virtual events and communications and ensure that your employees still feel connected to the organization. We've seen, a lot of fatigue, a lot of disconnect around organizations where people are now working from home. They feel less connected to the organization and its mission. And this is way more important now than ever for your leadership to think about how do we continue employee engagement, diba? And then, of course, we think about making productivity applications available on any device, especially those they know and love, like Office. And then fourth is we deliver the best virtual desktop experience so that if you have applications that were previously only accessible in the corporate network, how do you allow them to access those applications remotely? Now, side by side, we can never disconnect the importance of security, right? It's important that we keep our employees productive, but it's equally important that we ensure that security is built in and not bolt on, right? It doesn't hinder people's ability to be productive. It's paramount. And as we think about some of the end user scenarios, two things come into mind. Una, we need to ensure that we're managing identities and secure application access. We hear about news all the time, accounts being hacked, because that's the first gate, right? It's getting access to employee accounts. You get access to accounts, that's not the bottom line. That's not what they really want. It's what they want is the information uh, hidden and being made accessible through these accounts, right? And then the second is around securing the devices. And when you think about those devices, don't think about just your own company owned devices. How do you manage employee owned devices as well? So let's start by discussing some of the ways we empower people to stay productive, starting with collaboration and meetings. So Microsoft Teams. Microsoft Teams is my favorite across all the solutions of Microsoft. It's the hub for teamwork. It's part of Microsoft 365. If you've been hearing about Microsoft 365 in the past, to me, this is my favorite. It's the hub for teamwork. It brings together everything, and I mean everything a team needs into one place. You're probably using some form of video conferencing solution, right? And that's also part of Microsoft Teams. We have the ability to offer video conferencing, online meetings, share screen. On top of that, Microsoft Teams also brings in chat collaboration with the power of the rest of the Microsoft 365 stack. So that means sharing files, co-authoring Excel files or PowerPoint presentations. When you think about a team, it's not just about being able to do online meetings, diba? You need to have pre-work and you need to have post-meeting work, managing tasks, all of it made possible right within Microsoft Teams. And my favorite component in Microsoft Teams is the ability to be able to integrate your line of business applications right within Teams. So as an example, if you look at my screen over here, you're seeing Microsoft Teams. You're seeing the ability to create teams. Let me try to zoom this in. Right. When you create a team, you can create multiple channels, and then the conversations happen in each and every channels related to that team. But if you look at the top here, there's posts where you have the conversations. There's files where you put in all those files together and we can co-author on those files. Take note, it's not emailing files anymore. The ability to collaborate means being able to edit a single instance of that file. Wala na nung version 1, email back version 2, and then send back version last na talaga, and then version last na talaga promise, right? Gone are those days. I mean, it's a huge waste of productivity. So that's also one, right? But look at this. When you see what you see here is in that same space in Microsoft Teams, we have the ability to integrate line of business applications related to the requirement of that team. So if it's an app, if it's a bot that allows vacation leave requests, if it's, in this case, you're seeing here a warehouse scenario and there's an app that allows you to check stocks for this specific team, right? This is the kind of experience that you can provide your teams to truly equip them to be productive, even if they're working from home. So that's just a little glimpse of Microsoft Teams. Let me cover some of these scenarios where a lot of our customers have been really utilizing Teams. So number one is around online meetings, especially today, diba? Like what we're doing now. When you think about having a conversation, it could be internal, it could also be with a customer or a partner. So you get to participate like you are in the room using Teams meetings. You get to use Teams meetings, certified devices from our hardware partners as well to get the best quality out of Teams meetings. You can invite not just internal but as well as external, right? You get, and we use this a lot. I mean, I have meetings with partners and customers day in day out, and we use Teams, and we can always have guests as part of these meeting experiences. I can open up my webcam, and as you can see here, I have my virtual background to ensure that I keep my privacy intact. And then at the same time, we have AI capabilities built into Microsoft Teams so that things like noise suppression, one of my favorite, is made possible using Teams. Another is around AI features for live captions. So imagine when we have meetings, I have to be cognizant of the fact that there may be, attendees that are challenged with hearing, or maybe they're joining from a place that's very very noisy, and with live captions underneath, who's speaking, it shows you who's speaking as well as what they're saying live. I think that's a massive help when you think about being truly inclusive, right? And then, of course, for people that don't have access to Teams, let's say they just don't have their internet, but they really want to join a call, being able to dial in using an audio conferencing feature where when I send you a meeting invitation, you'll see there's a link to join the meeting, but there's also an option there to dial in, to call a landline number, a Philippine landline number, and be able to join that meeting and listen in, right? Let's say you have your landline, but you don't have internet right now. You can also join in. And of course, from within the organization, being able to brainstorm. I love being able to do things like whiteboarding. I am a big fan of whiteboarding. I'm very much visual. So when I do meetings, I always generally use a whiteboard to help land my ideas, as well as when we do brainstorming. And the beauty of Teams is that it keeps everything intact. The Microsoft whiteboard is there, OneNote is there, so that that feeling when you go into meetings and at the end of the meetings, you wonder 2 weeks later, what happened to that meeting? What were the next steps? What were the insights that were gathered? That did anybody take action? When you use Microsoft Teams, everything is there. The task management using Planner is also there right within the same view. So that's one, right? The other is in terms of collaboration, right? So there's one-on-one chats. And I personally love using GIFs, but it keeps things really engaging, especially when I do congratulations, good job, folks. But also being able to share. If you notice here, we're sending a file, right? But it's actually the same file. It's just a link, right? It's a link so that people can still collaborate, and that we're not sending files like attachments. Notice we have full integration with Office, of course. So if I needed to do a quick check, right? Do I need to download this whole Word document, or can I just look at a preview of it and open it right within Teams? Can do, absolutely. But notice the conversation keeps happening. If you look at the right-hand side of the Teams client over here, Word is open, but the conversation still happens, because in the end of the day, whether it's a sales proposal, whether it's an internal proposal for approval, right? There will always be conversations happening, and not just all about files. And if we're still old school emailing and putting in comments in an email, then we're missing out on the opportunity to be agile, fast, productive. So in the end of the day, productivity of one employee, bring them all together, and you have, increased productivity for the whole organization. And then, of course, channels, right? As you can see here, and as I mentioned earlier, you can have channels that are private, channels that are public to everybody as a member of the team. Okay. And then, of course, my favorite, as I mentioned earlier, is the ability to integrate applications. So let's just say I'm part of the sales team. Whoops. I'm part of the sales team, and we are using Microsoft Teams to collaborate, but we're also using Salesforce as an example, right? We're using Salesforce as our CRM, or customer relationship management solution. I can bring in that experience so that when I set up a team, I can say, okay, let's pull in some information from Salesforce like a dashboard or some form of notification around updates on opportunities, these can flow right into Teams. We work with a lot of partners around integrating. And it's not just that. If you want to build your own custom applications on M365 and Teams, we're very welcome to do so as well. And we've seen great examples of how things like a bank, we worked with a very large bank in the Philippines where they automated a workflow for finance and treasury. And they used M365 and Microsoft Teams to flow those approvals that previously used to be paper-based, right? And then, of course, I mentioned this earlier, the ability to use to manage tasks, right? If action items fall through the cracks after meetings, I think that's a huge waste of time and a wasted opportunity as well. And then, of course, bringing data relevant, right? So if it's a dashboard that's relevant to the team, remember the last time you asked, where's that data again? Where is that dashboard that you presented? Can you send the link? Let me try to bookmark on my browser. Now, for a team, everything can be in Teams, right? That's the beauty of it. It's not just a video conferencing solution. Now, how I've also seen organizations engage their employees, especially in this time of really having to do remote work. You can also use the same platform to do live and on-demand events. As a good example, we have our very own Satya Nadella, our CEO. He does monthly Q&As with employees, and this is open across the organization. We're hundreds of thousands of employees across the globe. And to be able to keep us engaged, right, keep us continuously aligned to the mission and the vision of Microsoft entails, a lot of visibility from our leadership. And we have the technologies as well to make that happen, right? So whether it's news and announcements, connecting to leaders through like sort of a social network experience, we have that right within Microsoft 365. So if you notice at the left-hand side, that's Microsoft Teams. And that allows us to do live events. You'll notice it's a live broadcast. There's a Q&A at the right side. This is how we attend our live Q&As. Notice how there's live transcription and translation because we're, imagine a global organization, right? If you have global presence as well, it'd be really, really handy to ensure that you're inclusive. But the conversation has to keep going, right? And so when you look at the middle screen over here, let me try to zoom in. When you look at Yammer as an experience, this feels familiar, right? You're probably using something of this experience in your personal life as well. Being able to post, being able to share, to ask questions, what's the best way forward on this, or LF, LF merienda for tomorrow, right? So in the context of an organization, think about the opportunity to be able to share best practices across your organization. And finally, being able to host external facing events as well, all within the same platform. And then employee comms, right? So for within the organization, think about a single platform that can offer you not just Microsoft Teams, not just video conferencing, but even able to provide you a platform that's already part of the suite, by the way, on being able to create intranet sites. So have you ever felt that sometimes you just need to set up a page where people can find the right information about HR policies or another site just for leadership connection or procurement policies even, right? When you think about M365, it brings everything there, including the ability to create intranet sites for your employees and keep, all the information secure. Now, that answers the engagement, the employee engagement side of things. But there's also equally important from a productivity standpoint, it's important that we also give them access to the applications they need. It's great that we can video conference. It's great that we engage our employees and that we're also engaging externally through meetings. But our employees, while they're working from home, they also need access to their line of business apps. And if they were previously inaccessible outside of the corporate network, we have a way that's also part of M365 for you to be able to consolidate your identity management solution. When you use your Microsoft's identity management solution, the employee gets access to a single sign-on that will allow them access to your subscriptions to M365 access to Teams, access to your intranets, access to all these other cloud applications. But you can also use that to access your line of business apps on premise. If they were previously restricted only within the organization, and even third-party apps. So you're not just restricted to Microsoft. Now you can enable things like multi-factor authentication to secure the identity of the employees rather than giving them sticky notes. Okay, this is my username and password, and for this solution, this is my username and password for this other solution, right? That is absolutely unsecure, and also, a productivity hassle, right? Think about all those sticky notes and links just so I could access the things I need for work. There's the line of business applications, there's the employee engagements, but you also need your productivity tools, right? And if in the past you had a setup where you had PCs, desktops in the office, and you did not give access to office outside, let's say employees with their own devices, you can actually allow them to now get access to office through the cloud-based version, right? So this is still the office It's PowerPoint installed, it's Word installed, it's Excel installed on the PCs, but you're giving them access to all of their devices, to 15 devices per user, right? So they can get Office on their phones, Office on their iPads, tablets, and Office on their own devices, as well as the company-owned devices. The beauty of this setup is that you're no longer limited to the version that you acquired. So if you bought a boxed version of Office 2013 or Office 2010, we know that Office 2010 is already end of support, which means you won't get security capabilities. If you get Office 365 or Microsoft 365, you're always on the latest version. It's no longer upgrades from 2013 to 2016, but we're talking about updates, always keeping your office secure, right? And always up to date. So that's the employee experience side of things. But remember, your organization has to keep everything secure, right? So when we look at the security side of things, these are some of the solutions also part of M365 or Microsoft 365 that can also equip your organization to be productive as well as secure. So when you think about COVID-19 and the challenges around security, they were massive, right? There were things like VPN scalability. We allowed work from home before, but it was very rare that we actually had employees working from home. So our VPN usage was smaller, or we're getting more and more of these spam emails and phishing emails around COVID, click this, which are then resulting to viruses being downloaded, right? And then the transition, right? The rollout of security updates was much easier when all of the devices were in the office and you roll out an update, a security update across the board. Now devices are at home, right? How do you roll out those security updates, which you should if you want to ensure that your organization is secure? So 3 things that we can help you with from a security standpoint, and take note, this does not exhaust all of the security capabilities of Microsoft 365, but specifically around remote work. 3 things. Number 1, regardless of where your employees are at, you can help them enable access, secure access to the apps they need for work. You can also manage the devices and the apps that they need to access, regardless if they're owned or if they're corporate owned or if they're personally owned. And finally, it's not just about securing the identities, the logins, not just securing the apps and the devices, but fundamentally, in the end of the day, you want to secure your information. And if that's an Excel file that has a list of your customers or sales data, in the end of the day, that's when you want to protect. And where is that Excel sheet sitting, right? Is it in somebody's laptop? Is it sitting in the cloud? If so, is that protected? If somebody, hopefully not, but if somebody just downloaded that file and published it on publicly on Facebook or on Twitter, do you have ways to protect it at the file layer? That's where we can help, right? So let's break these 3, and let me see if I can do that in the next 7 minutes. So when we think about first identity, right? When we secure identity, think about the number of usernames and passwords your employees are managing. If they're managing a few, then that's a huge risk right there. So when a user logs in, especially if it's a line of business application like your CRM, all your customer information is there. You want to make sure that when your employees log in, their identities are protected. Where are they logging in from? If you look at the left hand side, if they're logging in with an Android device, a Mac device, that's fine. But is the device compliant? Would you allow employees using their jailbroken mobile devices? Most likely you don't want to, right? Because then there's a huge security risk there. Where are they logging in from? Are they logging in from the physical office or from a virtual location? Are they doing something like impossible travel? That's one of the policies that's default to Microsoft 365, where I logged in the Philippines. My account logged in the Philippines, and then 5 months late, 5 minutes later, I'm logging in a different country. It's impossible travel, and we know that should be a huge security risk flag. If your apps today will just say okay to that scenario, then you know there's something that has to be done on your identity protection strategy, because that should be a big no-no, right? Then finally, what applications? How are they accessing the applications? Are these client applications or browser-based applications? Now, based on all of that, think about the level of data that Microsoft has, right? With hundreds of terabytes worth of data on logins, malicious logins across all our cloud services. We have the ability to provide um, real-time insights, right, and signals to say, okay, look, this is a compromised account. We know this is a compromised account because based on our research in some other country, there were a list of leaked accounts, and one of the accounts that was leaked was this specific account, right? And all this other machine learning that makes it possible for us to secure the identities, right? And of course, you can customize your own policies to say, okay, if a user is, let's say, logging in remotely, they're using a company-owned device, and they enabled multi-factor authentication and they passed, they entered the PIN correctly, I will allow access. If not, I will, if you look at the controls on the right-hand side, you can choose if you want to force reset or block access. And the beauty of this is that it's not just, again, Microsoft Cloud. It's all your other applications that you may be using, Microsoft, non-Microsoft, on-premise, using a single identity management solution. The other is protecting the devices I mentioned, right? And this is also important. If you can manage the full device using mobile device management or MDM, if it's, let's say, company owned, right? But oftentimes, if it's employee owned, I don't really feel okay with allowing my manager or my employer to access my full device and manage my full device. So you can always enforce MAM or mobile application management to only apply policies at the app layer, right? And that is absolutely possible as well. And then think about data, right? If today your employees are free to send customer information with, let's just say, credit card numbers through some form of chat solution, then you know you're at risk for compliance to things like the Data Privacy Act, right? That shouldn't be just readily available to do. Imagine if you had a platform that can enforce policies, whether it's email, I'm sending out that email with credit card information, or via Teams chat through Teams, or even uploading a file to the cloud that has credit card information. Because I have a single security management solution that's part of Microsoft 365, I create that policy one time and I just check, apply to chats, apply to files, apply to cloud storage, apply to emails being sent as well, right? That's the beauty of a single platform. And then note, when I said wherever it lives, I meant wherever it lives. If you have requirements such as information protection and data classification requirements, you need to be able to classify highly confidential, based on a set of criteria. If today, the way you're doing that is you're putting a big watermark saying highly confidential, but people can still print it anyway. People can still get a copy of that PDF anyway and still publish it on a public forum or a website, then you know you have a risk, right? So all of this brought together is Microsoft 365. And finally, what we've learned in the past 8 to 12 months is that when we help organizations on board on Microsoft 365, we're actually helping them save on costs. Because everything I talked about, if you notice, could be different solutions altogether from different vendors. What I've seen is that when we actually look at consolidating on Microsoft 365, endpoint security management, cloud access security broker, Office, email, uh, Teams, video conferencing, when brought all together, you can actually help you save. And this is, a conversation we can keep going with you. If you have any of these requirements, or you want to consider Microsoft 365, the Microsoft team, Microsoft partners can help you identify and really quantify the savings you can make out of vendor consolidation, capex to opex models, savings on travel, right? Savings on automation using workflows. Yes, we do have a workflow system, also part of Microsoft 365. So, in a nutshell, we're happy to help and have this conversation with you. We want to take this forward with you. If you feel like this is something of use to you, and you already have, let's say, a Microsoft manager, or you're working with a Microsoft partner who sells you your Office licenses or your Windows licenses, ask them about Microsoft 365 and we can have this conversation with you as well. I hope that helped. With that, I will wrap up with questions.
All right. Thank you so much for that, Yvette. That was amazing. That was I actually have questions of my own, right? But I'm going to go ahead and look at the question and answers of the audiences first before I ask my own.
Sure.
So one of the questions that were brought up was, what is the unique advantage of Microsoft Teams compared to other competitors?
I think to me, it's that we realize that meetings is not a one-time thing. It's not just having meetings and then we're done. The reality, we understand productivity and collaboration so much though that we consider the end-to-end experience. When you set up a team, you have meetings, yes, but you also consider tasks. You also consider files. You co-author. You're working together to achieve a specific goal. And other platforms will give you bits and pieces. They will allow you to do task management and assigning to-dos. They will allow you to do video conferencing. They will allow you to do chat only and collaboration through, consistent chat experience. Microsoft Teams is unique in the sense that we cover end to end. Hope that helps.
Yes, that actually really does help. I know for a fact because we do a lot of consulting for companies. And one of the main concerns that they have, and this is like a major pushback, especially for financial institutions, right, is the security part. Like the system is not secure. We cannot let, our workers out of the office, out of this facility, because all of the data needs to be secured, not just with financial institutions, but also companies like anything that deals with law and accounting, right? And so lawyers can just go to cafes and sit there and work, with all of their cases open. So that's a big no-no. But that's actually the thing. So for example, we have clients that are already, let's just say they're already in Teams, right? Mm-hmm. But they would like to get certifications, to really be like an expert when it comes to Microsoft products. How can they acquire that?
Got it. I think the first thing is definitely check out our training website with a lot of free enablement resources. That's learn.microsoft.com. That's Microsoft Learn. Let me just repeat that one more time. It's learn.microsoft.com. We cover every scenario from Teams as an end user. How do you fully maximize Teams for your organization? We also have enablement there for things like adoption. How do you want to speed up adoption of technologies in your organization? To the more advanced modules such as data science, right? If you want to skill up on how to do things on around data science and data visualization. Then we also have the courses there. So it's not all Microsoft tech, but there's a lot of principles around them as well and thought leadership. So it's a must go. And when you visit that site, there's guidance there as well around certifications available and aligned to those specific roles. Take into example that data science example I made. We also have certifications aligned to those roles. If you ever want to move beyond just enabling yourself to do that, but also get certified around it.
Yes, that sounds good. Yes, I think some of the audiences do feel like a certification kind of makes you more legit and more hireable. So that
agree.
Yeah.
Agree. In fact, one of the things I've seen a lot recently is around Microsoft Office certifications. That's huge plus.
Okay. All right. Last question. Can we get a copy of this presentation that we can share with the audience? Because I'm sure they would find it really helpful.
Absolutely.
And also they would know like the stuff that you have spoken of during this talk.
Can do. I will make sure you get a copy of it for sure.
Okay, so I think we're going to go ahead and wrap up. Thank you so much for the talk, for the presentation. And we are going to be transitioning, or we're going to be talking with Dee after this, and she's going to be talking about employment versus contractual, so employees versus contractors, right? Which would be really interesting, especially from the remote standpoint. So thank you so much for joining us. Please hold on tight. We'll be right back.
I'm a software developer. I work for a company. I can use my best talent, and when I had the chance to take this job, I thought about my career, about my family. We had just had our first child. My family is very important for me. I do my best for them.
We are married for 6 years now. I work in marketing for a small company from Madrid. This is the work that I love to do. I don't like traffic. If I spend my energy and time in traffic, there will be less energy and time for work, family, and myself. I am very dedicated and committed to my career. I am busy with Madrid. He is busy with Shanghai. We work and live exactly where we are happy. You're welcome. Bye. Bye. What do you want for dinner?
Sushi?
Sushi!
Do you want a flexible, sustainable, and more healthier way of working? Working remotely allows you to do your job anywhere in the world, so you can spend more time with the people you love in the place you love most.
Hi, and welcome back. Thank you so much for sticking around. So, as promised, we are going to be joined today by Dee Coakley. Dee is the CEO and co-founder of Boundless. Before Boundless, Dee was a 3-time COO. So she's been around and she's been managing a lot of remote teams before, or teams before in general. And having spent 10 years in scaling business to business as Mrs. Lady, she's in the business industry. Basically, Boundless helps remote companies employ people internationally. And that's what we're going to be talking about right now, the difference between employment and being a contractor, and how you can avail it, like what's the difference and why is it important for us to know that, right? So without further ado, I'm going to hand it over to Dee.
Thank you so much, June. It's very good to be here. Thanks for having me here. So as June said, my name is Dee Coakley. I'm the CEO of Boundless. So just to give you a little bit of background on myself, Boundless is a company HQ'd in Ireland. It's a remote employment platform, and we allow companies to compliantly employ people internationally. We support employment across many, many different European countries, some in Asia, and we're just about to launch for North America. And we're adding new countries all the time. To give you a little bit of background on myself, as June mentioned, I spent 10 years in COO roles at software companies. And it was through that I encountered the challenges of employing people and managing payroll across multiple countries. And that's given me insights into how all of this works for companies that are looking at companies internationally, looking at perhaps employing people or having workers work with them that are based somewhere like the Philippines. And our company, Boundless, we act as an employer of record on behalf of our customers. Our customers are companies with international remote teams, as June mentioned, and we take care of all of the admin and compliance headaches of international employment, payroll, tax, HR. And this means that companies can get set up to fully employ someone in a new country in minutes, where it would usually take them months if they weren't working with a company like Boundless. So I'm going to have a chat with you about employee and contractor classification. So as people interested in remote work, you might be wondering what kind of rights you might be entitled to if you're working for a company that's based and controlled overseas in another country. And if you're a leader in a company that has an internationally distributed team, then you might be considering what your options are for how you engage or employ those workers that might be based in countries outside the Philippines if you're employing them or managing them from the Philippines. So I'm going to give you an overview of how employment compares with contracting when it comes to international remote work. So some of you might not be aware that when you look for remote work, if you're an individual looking for remote work, there are 2 different ways that you could be engaged by the companies that you might work for, either as an employee or as a contractor. And in the Philippines for years, many people have been doing remote work for companies overseas as contractors. And a lot of that's down to some regulations in the Philippines that make it very, very easy for people to work on fixed term contracts as contractors for international companies. But many, many companies are now employing people as employees and giving them all of those rights. And a lot of the top tech companies in the US that offer really great opportunities are offering full employment right now with all of the benefits that go with that to workers in the Philippines. So let's look at the differences between a worker being designated as an employee or a contractor. And this does vary country to country. So I'm giving broad brush strokes here for those of you that might also be looking at employing people or engaging workers in other countries. So if someone's an employee, they are actually employed by the company that they work for. It's a legal designation, a worker classification. They'll be signed up to a full-time employment agreement. They'll be paid through the company's payroll. That company that they work for will handle all of their tax affairs. There'll be an ongoing commitment. Usually the intention, if a company and a worker sign up to an employment agreement, usually the intention is that this will be a long-term arrangement. It doesn't always work out that way, but that's usually why people would use employment. And those workers that are employed through a full employment agreement and are designated as an employee are protected by local employment laws. That they get strong protection through that. If an individual works as a contractor for a company, they will be self-employed. The type of agreement, the type of contract that they'll work under with that company is a client services agreement. That individual will need to invoice their clients. Generally, there isn't a long-term commitment. In most countries, for someone to be appropriately classified as a contractor, there should not be a long-term commitment. And if there is a long-term commitment, there can be issues with misclassification. And then that individual, because they are essentially an entity working for themselves, they are self-employed, they have no or very limited protection from employment regulations. And it's probably worth mentioning at this point that I am not an expert at all in Filipino employment regulations. I only have a very high level understanding of the regulations in the Philippines. But the Philippines does have some worker classification regulations that we don't see in many other countries. For Filipino workers working for companies based in the Philippines, a project or casual worker will actually be classified as an employee. It's a certain type of designation, but there are special exemptions from that for offshore companies engaging contractors in the Philippines. So if you were based in the Philippines and you were working for a company based elsewhere, there is a special designation. I'll talk more about that in a moment. So when I talk you through each of these things, I look at everything from a company perspective and from a worker perspective. I know we have both in the audience. So when we look at contracting and where contracting is really great, and contracting works really well for both parties in certain scenarios. So first of all, it gives great flexibility to the company. They're not tied into anything long-term, which means they have the ability to control their spend. So depending on how the company is budgeting or what their plans are for the future, that can be really beneficial. Contracting eliminates the employer tax expense. So the company is not contributing to employer taxes on behalf of the individual, which from a company perspective can be helpful. There is a reduction of risk where employment rights don't apply. However, big caveat, the company must be sure that they are complying with the regulations of the country the individuals are based in. If you are a Filipino company and you're having people work for you in other countries, contractor classification regulations are different in every country. In a country like Portugal, for example, the regulations are very different to the Philippines. If someone's working for you long-term and they're very committed to your company, you will probably have to classify them as an employee. But there may be a reduction of risk if the individual is genuinely a contractor. And where a company doesn't have a long-term commitment, it means they can source the best fit talent for each individual project. From a worker perspective, they also get flexibility. They don't have to make a long-term commitment. They can work for multiple clients simultaneously. Potentially, they can earn more due to the lower cost for the company. You know, it depends on if the company is looking to absorb that cost saving themselves. And from the contractor, the individual's perspective, the company won't actually be handling all payroll and tax affairs. The individual will have to, if the individual is working as a contractor, they'll have to handle their own payroll and tax affairs. So the downside then to contracting, from a company perspective, there's limited loyalty. You might find that you've increased turnover of your team members, which can be a real problem. And that can be caused by the fact that you end up with a culture challenge. A lot of the prospective customers and companies that we work with, that we talk with, they have an issue where the fully compliant employees in their companies feel really valued and really feel like the core team, and the contractors feel like they're in some kind of second tier. So a lot of the companies that we work with are looking to address that problem. And all of that affects your recruitment brand. So it may be more difficult to hire people who are looking for compliant employment. And the risk of worker misclassification, if as a company you don't correctly classify people, there is a real risk of being fined by the government in whatever country those people are based in. And then some companies feel there are ethical issues around not providing security to their team. From a worker perspective, there's a real lack of stability. There's no protection from local employment regulations. Potentially there's reduced access to benefits. Depends on how the company has those set up, but many companies will just offer full benefits to employees. The individual would need to engage an accountant, and that's because they have to manage their own tax filings and statutory returns. So there is a bit of admin work there. So I mentioned earlier that the Philippines has some specific laws around this. Under Filipino law, an offshore company can hire an independent contractor to perform a specific job. A valid contract, the contract needs to be compliant. It won't establish an employer-employee relationship for the company, so long as the contract doesn't exceed a maximum period. And that can be really beneficial for companies. And a lot of companies have people working for them in the Philippines on that basis. But the big risk for the companies is that there's no clear test. In some other countries, it's very clear how you classify a worker. And that lack of certainty does create a risk for companies. So we've talked about contracting. Let's look for a moment at employment. So what are the benefits of employment? Why would anyone choose to do this? So from the company perspective, it's a talent acquisition tool. We talked about employer brand, being able to say to individuals that a company will offer full employment, the same as everyone else on their team, is really attractive for a lot of workers. It also then means that those companies have higher retention rates. Once a company is fully employing people under employment agreements and complying with all employment regulations, the company is completely eliminating any risk of worker misclassification. No government has an issue with any company complying with employment regulations and giving full employment rights to an individual. And doing right by the team and appropriately rewarding valued workers is something that can be a real benefit for a company in terms of their employer brand. And for many companies, being ethical and doing the right thing is how they run their businesses, and it's a goal they want to achieve. From a worker perspective, employment means stability and security. It means predictability of income. For many countries, terminating an employee is a much slower process than terminating a contracting agreement. Often a contracting agreement can be terminated with, say, a week's notice. While I'm not familiar with the termination regulations for employees in the Philippines, but many companies will choose to align that with the best in class of their workers based on the countries that they're based in. So quite often it means real stability there in terms of longevity of the relationship. The worker will have full protection of all employment regulations locally. And in the Philippines, workers are entitled to strong protections around holiday pay, time off, and so on. So that's something that many workers will seek out where that opportunity is available. And then as a worker, you'd have access to all of the perks and benefits from the company, and no payroll, tax, and accounting admin. The company that you work for would take care of all of that. So some challenges with employment. From a worker perspective, employment is far more straightforward. There is very little that an individual needs to worry about when it comes to employment, and a number of upsides. From a company's perspective, there are obligations. So the employer will have to ensure that they're supporting cross-border HR compliance. People will be entitled to the employment rights of the country that they are based in. The company, if you have an international remote team, you'll have to take care of multi-country payroll. So people will have to be paid through the country that they are based in. And that payroll will need to be processed in a way that's compliant with the local tax regime. And then, of course, you would have to make payment to the workers in that country, payments to the local tax authorities and to any benefits providers. And then for companies with internationally distributed teams, something that those companies really need to consider is harmonization of compensation and benefits across distributed teams. It's not, it can take some work and effort, but it can usually be very, very worthwhile to put in that work. So for a company that does want to support remote employment, there are two routes that company can go. And the first one is DIY. So that is where a company establishes its own employment infrastructure in the country where those workers are based. So the company will need to get to grips with the local employment terms. You'll probably want to work with a local employment lawyer. You'll need to produce a dual language employment agreement that complies with all those local regulations. You will need to keep up to date with any changes in those regulations and legislation and make sure you're always offering your workers benefits and rights that are compliant with them. There are very specific rules around employment termination. They vary a lot country to country. In some countries, it can be quite a process. And then there are the payroll processing and tax requirements that I just mentioned. Also, something to bear in mind is the cost of employment in the country. Every country has different rates of taxes, employment taxes, and different costs for the employer. So always worth looking into that and figuring that out before you make an offer to someone in a new country. So that's one way of doing it, is figuring all of that out yourself, working with local lawyers and accountants to take care of all of that. Something to bear in mind is you would have to register with the local tax authority. That can take many months. It can take up to 18 months for some countries. So the alternative to that is working with a PEO, a professional employer organization. So Boundless, my company, is a PEO. We support companies with all of this. So what we do is we have the established infrastructure in each of these countries, and we act as the legal employer on our customers' behalf. So our customers don't need to worry about any of this. We understand the local employment regulations in the countries where those workers are based. And if you're an individual that is talking to companies overseas about potentially working for them, and you're interested in being employed from the Philippines by a company that's based in another country, and they're not sure how to provide you with that compliant employment, you can propose that they look for a PEO, an international professional employer organization, that they could use to then employ you. And we're always happy to talk to companies. My contact details are at the end. You can feel free to take my details and share them with any company that you might be interested in working for. So just a quick recap, we're going to move to questions and answers in a moment, which June will help us with. But if you are seeking work, if you're looking for work, remember that full employment and all of the security and benefits that it brings are a very real possibility with many remote roles and lots of international companies. Perhaps companies that you are already working for may be providing international employment. If you haven't worked for them as an employee before, it may be worth asking if you can convert from a contractor to an employee, or if you're looking for a new job, ask at interview stage. If you're a leader at a company and you're building remote teams, people are your company's greatest asset. It's really worth nurturing a great employer brand by demonstrating to prospective hires that your company offers secure, stable employment. Remote is fantastic. It allows you to recruit, hire, and retain the best people. So if you have never hired internationally remote before, it's really worth opening up your hiring to international remote and taking a look and seeing what you get. And the reason for that is because talent really is distributed. You can open up your recruitment pool to wherever those people are based. It's worth investing in developing that considered employer brand and educating yourself on the local employment regulations wherever people are based. So that's it for me in terms of my talk. I think I'll be joined by June now for our Q&A.
Yes, thank you so much for that, Dee. It's very knowledgeable. I hope a lot of the people in the audience learned from this presentation. We have a couple of questions that you would like to bring up. And also just to give you some context, because human talent is actually one of our biggest exports in the Philippines. We have a lot of what we call OFWs, or overseas Filipino workers, right? And what typically happens is that it separates families because one person, the husband or wife probably needs to go international, and then the other actually has a really good and stable job in the Philippines, and they can't go outside because they're unable to be unemployed internationally, right? And this, I think, Boundless is something that they can offer to their employer. It says that, okay, our family needs to move to Australia. This is the closest, migration point of the Philippines here, by the way, or to Singapore. And they would say, we want to go ahead and be employed in Australia, keep my job, but I want to go ahead and be employed through Boundless, for example, right? How does that process work? Do they contact you and you contact the employee? That's just a question that we had here internally.
Yeah, sure. We do support employment in both Australia and in Singapore, so we can certainly help with that. The best thing, you'll see my details on the screen there. Take a look at our website. That email address you see there, ask@boundlesshq.com. Any questions can be directed there, and any questions we don't have a chance to get through today can go there. The best thing is to take a look at our website, see how it all works. We have a really detailed FAQ section on there, and then point the company that you work for in the direction of Boundless. So you will see on our website, there is some information for employees, so for individuals, and there is actually a letter there that you can download and share with the company that you work for to explain what it is that Boundless does. Or you can just simply give them the domain address and they can come and visit the website and contact us. Our customer is the company. It's not the individual. We work with the company. So you would need to put them in touch with us. But yeah, we would love to help with those scenarios. And often, the company you work for might not understand this when you suggest it or propose it. They will just say, oh, no, that's too difficult. That's too difficult. But you can share information with them from our website. Our blog posts as well. If you go to the blog on the website, you'll find lots of articles that are really helpful that you can share with the company you work for.
All right. That's really good to know. So basically, if, for example, and not just in the Philippines, I guess, with any company that you would want to work for as an employee, but you are not in the same location, or they don't have a legal entity on the place that you want to move to.
Yes.
That would be.
Yeah. So for example, perhaps you work for a US company at the moment, and they are set up to employ people in the Philippines. So you were employed by them in the Philippines, but they're maybe a US company, and you would like to move to Australia, but that they are not set up to support employment in Australia. Then we can help with that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, the question was raised because I have a friend who is married to a nomad. And so right now she has been working as a contractor for a company in Singapore, right? And what this does is that she has to always keep going back to the area because she cannot be outside of that the country. In the Philippines, for example, you cannot be outside of the Philippines for a certain amount of time. To be considered as an employee, you need to be a contractor when that happens, right? And it does complicate things. So I think those are really clear. There's another question here, last one before we wrap things up, I think. Ms. D, what is the working culture challenges you encounter in the Philippines? Good question.
It's a really good question. To be clear, we don't currently support employment in the Philippines. We are working on it, so we will be very, very soon. Personally, I don't have experience of challenges. I have worked with Filipino workers in the past, That has been with them working for me as contractors. I haven't had challenges personally. I do think that for a lot of companies, they do have workers working for them as contractors. And because of this designation for overseas companies feel they just don't need to worry about employment rights in the Philippines. And I do have a friend who has a company who got fined for worker misclassification with his Filipino team. So not quite a culture problem, but it's a challenge. I think sometimes companies think there are no problems, that they don't need to consider employment regulations at all, but actually they do, and that's a little bit of a worry for international companies if they haven't looked into the compliant employment.
Right. Actually, I'm glad that you brought that up, because basically we've kind of gotten accustomed to that idea, that if we are going to be working for an international company, it will only be a contractor. And I think we spoke about this before, we've always been working this way because we didn't know that there was an option like Boundless, right? That we didn't know that we can, when I get hired by an international company, I can, tell them, can you employ me through Boundless or through this company or whatnot, right? And so it's really great that you did this presentation, and a lot of people are aware now that we do have this option, and
it's new. If you speak to the company that you work for about it, they might not have heard of this. A lot of Americans will have, because Americans use this model to employ people in other states of the US. But if the company you work for is European, the people you talk to might not have heard of this. But the people to talk to are senior people in the HR department or in the finance department.
Right. Okay. Sounds good. Thank you again so much, Dee. Is it possible for us to get a copy of this presentation?
I sent it to you last night.
Oh, right. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Sorry. It's like a line that I say every end of the talk. Can I ask for? Okay. Thank you so much. We will be sharing the slides with everybody. And we are going to be doing the panel discussion right after this. So stay tuned, everyone. We'll be right back.
Kaya natin yan. Kaya natin yan. Kung nais umasenso, manap ng trabaho, o di kaya'y subukang magnegosyo. Lumikha ng produkto't sikaping lumago, inspirasyon mong pagkapiko. Katuwang ng gobyerno sa iyong tagumpay, iisa ang ating hangarin. Pag may abilidad at oportunidad, tiyak na ang lahat ay uunlad. Trabaho, negosyo, kabuhayan, kaya natin yan. Walang iwanan. Go lang ng go, mga kaibigan. Trabaho, negosyo, kabuhayan, kaya natin yan. Sulong Pilipinas! Go, 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 kababayan! Kaya natin yan. Kaya natin yan. Kayaw magtipid sa iyong mga pangarap. Sige-sige sa pagsisikap. Asenso'y sigurado sa hinaharap. Manalig lang palagi sa sarili. Trabaho, negosyo, kabuhayan, kaya natin yan. Walang iwanan. Go lang ng go, mga kaibigan. Trabaho, negosyo, kabuhayan, kaya natin yan. Sulong Pilipinas! Go, 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 kababayan! Kaya natin yan. humanap ng trabaho o di kaya'y subukang magnegosyo. Lumikha ng produkto't sikaping lumago, inspirasyon mong pagkapiko. Katuwang ng gobyerno sa iyong tagumpay, iisa ang ating hangarin. Pag may abilidad at oportunidad, tiyak na ang lahat ay uunlad. Trabaho, negosyo, kabuhayan, kaya natin yan. Walang iwanan. Go lang ng go mga kaibigan. Trabaho, negosyo, kabuhayan, kaya natin yan. Sulong Pilipinas! Go, 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 kababayan! Kaya natin yan. Kaya natin yan. Kayaw magtipid sa iyong mga pangarap. Sige-sige sa pagsisikap. Asenso'y sigurado sa hinaharap. Manalig lang palagi sa sarili. Trabaho, negosyo, kabuhayan, kaya natin yan. Walang iwanan. Go lang ng go mga kaibigan. Trabaho, negosyo, kabuhayan, kaya natin yan. Sulong Pilipinas! Go, 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 kababayan! Kaya natin yan. Kaya natin yan. Kaya natin yan. Kaya natin yan. Kung nais umasenso, manap ng trabaho o di kaya'y subukang magnegosyo. Lumikha ng produkto't sikaping lumago, inspirasyon mong pagkapiko. Katuwang ng gobyerno sa iyong tagumpay, iisa ang ating hangarin. Pag may abilidad at oportunidad, tiyak na ang lahat ay uunlad. Trabaho, negosyo, kabuhayan, kaya natin yan. Walang iwanan. Go lang ng go mga kaibigan. Trabaho, negosyo, kabuhayan, kaya natin yan. Sulong Pilipinas! Go, 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 kababayan! Kaya natin yan. Kaya natin yan. Kayaw magtipid sa iyong mga pangarap. Sige-sige sa pagsisikap. Asenso'y sigurado sa hinaharap. Manalig lang palagi sa sarili. Trabaho, negosyo, kabuhayan, kaya natin yan. Walang iwanan. Go lang ng go mga kaibigan. Trabaho, negosyo, kabuhayan, kaya natin yan. Sulong Pilipinas! Go, 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 kababayan! Kaya natin yan. Kaya natin yan.
I am a software developer. This is my office. I work for a company based in Shanghai. I love my work. I can use my best talent and passion every day. When I had the chance to take this job, I thought about my career, about my family. We had just had our first child. My family is very important for me. I do my best for them.
We are married for 6 years now. I work in marketing for a small company from Madrid. This is the work that I love to do. I don't like traffic. If I spend my energy and time in traffic, there will be less energy and time for work, family, and myself. I am very dedicated and committed to my career. I am busy with Madrid. He is busy with Shanghai. We work and live exactly where we are happy. You're welcome. Bye. Bye. What do you want for dinner?
Sushi?
Sushi!
Do you want a flexible, sustainable, and more healthier way of working? Working remotely allows you to do your job anywhere in the world, so you can spend more time with the people you love in the place you love most.
All right. Thank you so much for sticking around, everybody. We have, how many people online do we have at the moment? 195. Okay, so we have almost 200 people online, which is like good.
Hello.
Good afternoon already for the people in the Philippines, and good morning to all of our speakers, like tip top of the morning, right? Very early morning here in Europe and in the US as well. So I want to go ahead and start off. This panel discussion is going to be talking about the advantages and disadvantages of remote working. And we have invited experts in our field to talk about this based on experience. They have been dealing with companies doing transitions, from in office to remote to hybrid. And we are going to be talking all about the challenges that they have went through. What were the things that they did to fix, or I guess to go through these challenges to make things better. So I'm going to go ahead and do the introduction from right to left. I'm going to start with Gonçalo, Tyler, and then Chase. Okay. So Gonçalo Hall, like, oh my God, there's so many things that I could say, many amazing things that you have been doing in Europe, right? Remote Europe, remote Portugal, and now you're bringing digital nomads into Madeira for it to be a nomad paradise for remote workers at the moment. So welcome to the talk. We are so glad that you're here. I know you also personally, you work with companies to do consulting about their remote transition. And so we're gonna go ahead and talk a little bit about that. Tyler Sellhorn. I was just sharing this story about how we use Hubstaff in the Philippines, and most of the Filipinos in the group as well are probably using Hubstaff as their time tracker for their online work. So we're very familiar with the Hubstaff. So Tyler is basically leading a fully remote team of customer success and customer support, all staff from Melbourne to Seattle. He is working for Hubstaff. You are the director of customer support. I'm saying that right? Okay, yes. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge. And then we go to Chase. Chase, you are with Doist. You're the head of business development at Doist, and you have been assisting. I know that you have been doing some e-learning as well. Like you do the talks, you do consultation. I don't know if you are doing consultation, but I know that you are very open and willing to share your knowledge with remote companies, remote individuals, one of our true advocates, remote work advocates out there. You will see Chase everywhere. So I couldn't, think of a better panel to invite than these three guys in here. So let's guess. I would like the three of you to do a reintroduction. Tell us how amazing you guys are, because I wouldn't be inviting you if you weren't amazing. And I feel like I didn't do justice. So please take the floor. Good luck.
No, I think you did very well, actually. I'm Gonçalo Hall. I help companies implementing remote work. It looks like I also help governments attracting remote workers and digital nomads. This is a fairly new project. I'm in love with remote work for a while now. And to be honest, I just learned from the other two guys. There's actually the other two guys and the other girl that are on the call. So just a pleasure to be around them all the time. And yes, at running basically remote. Just to introduce a little bit of what is Remote Europe and Remote Portugal. Remote Europe is just a job board for remote jobs in Europe, because I felt that there is this thing where all the remote jobs around that we could see, they said in the end in small letters US only. Well, I don't like the word only, so I fight it back. Now it's EU only. And Remote Portugal is just a content website that I'm doing with some friends. We have a listing of co-workings. We are launching services and everything in between. Future of Work conferences. Well, I organize conferences, maybe too many conferences about the future of work, which is right now about remote work, start to be also about VR. Mr. Mark Zuckerberg, make sure that we talk about VR in this new conversation. And yeah, just a big fan of June, just a big fan of Chase, and just a big fan of Tyler as well. So just happy to be here.
Thank you. Tyler.
Yes, I am the director of customer experience at Hubstaff. We help companies profitably manage projects and teams. Obviously, as June mentioned, like Hubstaff has been around, helping enable remote work, long before the pandemic. But we're a little sad that this shift has been the result of such tragedy, and disruption of business. And we're hoping that we're helping to enable the next version of things, where we're going to be looking at the opportunity for remote working to become a sustainable thing for governments, for companies, for individuals, right? That we're going to be able to have the opportunity for people to be able to find employment, find work in a way that is decoupled from their location, right? And helping to solve problems like gridlock in Manila, right? There's a certain amount of disconnection that happens just by moving persons to the place where they can work. Well, how can we solve that problem? Well, let's put the transition of where we're working into the internet. because bits and bytes move a lot faster and than do people into the places where they can work. So that's what we're working on, and pleased to be working with June and Chase and Gonçalo and the Department of Trade there in the Philippines on this problem together.
That's good. Chase.
Yes, thank you. I'll also echo the sentiments. It's a pleasure to be here joining the stage with these guys and you, June. Big fan from afar, and have gotten to know you all through some of our various interactions in the remote work world, which we were just talking about is kind of smaller than we might think. So yeah, it's really great to be here. And as June mentioned, I'm the head of business development at Doist. We're the team behind Todoist and Twist, which are two tools that some people out there might be familiar with. But we're a fully remote team. We're about 85 people in 35 different countries and spread across all time zones, and have been doing remote work for over 10 years. I personally have been working remotely my whole career for about 12 years in a couple of different organizations, from like a hybrid model to what we have here, which is like fully location independent. And then I also do some consultations for companies transitioning to remote, or individuals and teams that want to embrace new remote work practices and things like that. So I'm just a big fan of the opportunities that remote work can bring, and a big fan of optimizing remote work, not just figuring out how to do it on the fly, but really being intentional about how to do it correctly, using the right tools and practices, and making sure that this wealth is spread globally. So that's why I love participating in things like this, and I'm happy to be here. So thanks again, June.
Oh, great. Thank you so much for that. Yes. I love that you mentioned that, implementing this properly and not just doing it on the fly, because I think a lot of the people are just doing that. Like, I see you all three nodding like, yes, this is right. Just saying something right. So basically, let's go ahead and go into our questions. So you guys have been in the forefront of change, right? Even before the pandemic. And we know for a fact that there was a lot of pushback regarding remote work with the adoption of this way of working from the company side, especially from the management. So what do you think? Why do you think that was the case? What was the cause of the pushback?
I'll go first. One of the things that is a part of office culture is a there's kind of some unsaid expectations of attendance and appearance, and so much that is read through body language, and what do you do when that's gone, right? Especially from a management perspective, right? How do I replace the things that I learned, through those informal, communication channels? How do I know that people are working, right? Well, it turns out that people can work from home. I mean, that was never the issue, right? It's the, okay, there's this continuum of trust, and where is the threshold between, being certain that, oh yeah, we are getting work done, here's all the things that they're doing. Here's the deliverables that have always been something that we've been measuring. And, okay, here's their attendance, because, obviously I'm a hub staff person. So like here's the data that goes with the time that they've tracked, those sorts of things. Like, magically we can say, oh yeah, there it is. There's the work that they've done. And now we've kind of crossed the threshold collectively, right? To say, okay, not just this one worker or this, business unit, right? We're saying, here is this whole sector. Here is this whole, company that turns out we didn't need to be spending this money on an office. We could, spend that money on a tool that kind of like does the proof of work, or not. Like, it might just be that we only need the deliverables, right? There's a, like I say, there's a whole continuum of decisions and ideas to be, considered. And I think that's the thing that, Chase mentioned right away, is that, like, being intentional and deciding how you're going to do it is really the key, right? And then, then it becomes just regular kind of like good management practice. Inspect what you expect, right? Those are the things that kind of come along, and to say, okay, we're not working from an office anymore, but the things that were always true about business remain so. And we just need to make sure that we find, our handholds as we climb this mountain together. Okay, here's the next step, and let's keep iterating forward and find what's going to work for us.
Really good points.
Yeah, I think it was, in my opinion, the reason why remote work was not the normal before this. It's just basic human fear of what we don't know. It was, for me, that basic. Even with all the data supporting this, with guys like Doist, like GitLab, showing us the data, or even with the companies showing, hey, we have 40% increase in productivity, so you'll make more money with less expenses. Even with all this data, the truth is we are humans, and humans fear what they don't know. So I really believe that the fear was stronger than data for all these years, and this is what was preventing people. Because we had COVID, suddenly it's not a question. You had to test it out. And after you test it out, after you see it works, you lose the fear, because suddenly you see, oh, wait, this works. So I don't have to fear this. Now I just have to learn about it. And I truly believe that our next fight for us that are trying to push remote work forward is to make people understand that this is not remote work. And this is very important. This is like a forced telecommuting thing where most people have to stay inside home. And I hate to work from home, which is always curious. So yeah, I think it was just fear. And I think now we have this really big task in hands to convince people that this is not remote work and to teach them how to properly remote work. And this is where Chase Doist are the great example, because these guys are doing this forever.
Yeah, I mean, I will kind of second what Tyler and Gonçalo said. I think people are inherently kind of afraid of change, and switch forces are very. There's a lot of friction when you talk about switching from an office culture to a remote culture. Like if you're leading a company and you've been in an office culture for 20 years, 30 years, like to make that transition without being forced to is a lot to ask, especially if things are going along just fine. So there's a lot of pushback against transition when things are going fine. And when you're forced to do that, and you're even, just like Gonçalo said, despite all the data telling you otherwise, you say, well, for us, this works. And now people are being forced to try something different, and pushing through the friction, and realizing that on the other side of that hill is quite a nice green pasture of work. And I think, like Tyler alluded to this, when I talk with companies that are transitioning to remote and looking for advice, like almost always the first question, or like one of the 2 or 3 questions that almost always comes up immediately is, how will I know my employees are working? Like, how will I track their work? And like, if I can't see them, I can't trust them. And this is so unfortunate that this is the way our mindsets go naturally. There are tools to do this, Hubstaff being one of them. There are tools to help you with this. But B, there's like so much data out there that says that actually employees sitting in an office, like putting a butt in a seat, isn't really working. You're only working generally a couple hours per day in the office. So for some reason, we change our mindset when we think about remote work, and we think, oh, well, if I can't see them, then I need to, how am I going to know that they're working? And the data points to the fact that people actually will work much harder. And probably your biggest concern is that they're going to work too hard, work too often, and burn out in a remote setting. So this is actually what, as from a management standpoint, this becomes your bigger concern, not are they working enough?
How ironic is that everyone is fearful? Oh my God, they will not work. And so, oh my God, they are burning out.
Yeah. This is the irony.
Yeah, I completely agree. And it's exactly that, what Gonçalo said. It's like, it's the fear of the unknown. They didn't know. And then if it's, if it's not broken, don't fix it. Like, look, I distinctly remember, like I was having this conversation with somebody from the pharmaceutical. Like, their business has been running for 60 years the way it is, the way it was. And there's no reason for us to change because what we are doing has been tried and tested, and yours is very new. We don't know if it works, right? So there was no incentive for them to try it out. until the pandemic happens. And like, I mean, it's a bad, circumstance that this is how it all started. But at the end of the day, we kind of like, okay, they know it works. They had to try it because there was no other option. And so now it works. Now you can go ahead and make a decision whether, you want to keep it or not. So, by the way, Tyler, you have 2 fans already in the chat. They're Hubstaff talent using Hubstaff. Yeah, Hubstaff.
We're proud to be a part of the Filipino economy. Long before there was a shift towards remote work broadly. I'm proud to have team customer experience team members in the Philippines. They're some of our very best performing members of our team. So we're very proud to be a part of the Filipino economy.
Right. Nice. Okay. So on to our second question. So I think all 3 of you know that the most of the time when we talk about remote working, most common disadvantage that is cited in almost all of our conversation is it revolves around trust and connection. Like, oh, I will not be as well connected to my team. And again, like, how will I know if they're really working or not? And especially from the management side. So how do you suppose that they tackle these issues, especially around the connection part?
I have an unpopular opinion just to start before Chase tells you how to fix it, and Tyler. I have a strong opinion about this because basically what happened in the last 50 years, is that people told you that the office needs to be the center of your social life. And this is not only for work, it's for your life. And this came because people had to move from their villages and their cities to the big city. They don't know anyone. So the office becomes actually the social infrastructure for most of their lives. Their friends are in office, etc. And that's why people, for example, in Portugal, I saw reluctant to go out of the office because they miss their friends, because that's the only friends they have in town. And now they are suffering because they have no other friends. As soon as this stops to be true, as soon as we don't have to leave our cities and our villages to go to the big city where we don't know anyone to make friends, people will be much happier first. And the office will, I strongly believe that the office will stop being a place where we'll seek for friends and we will seek for validation. I think the virtual office and your company will be the place where you do work. Well, you can really make friends as well, but you don't need to. It's not like I don't make friends, so I don't like my job. It will be much more like I do my work. I have good relationships. I actually love the team. These guys are smart. So I think this whole idea that the office has to be the center of your social life will completely change. And now that I gave my unpopular opinion, these guys will tell you how to fix it.
I actually would have said something very similar to start my spiel, so I won't regurgitate everything that Gonçalo said, but I also am a big fan of breaking down this mindset that the office has to be the center of your social life. I think there's some unnecessary pressure that comes. I can't speak for. I think this changes a lot from culture to culture as well, so I can't speak for every culture, but I'm from the U.S. and in the U.S. there's a strong unity around the office, and you go to office happy hours and you have office lunches, and these are forced friends. Like in the end, it's like you didn't choose these people, like HR chose these people and put them in a room together, and now you're forced to kind of hang out together, and that's the cultural norm. And I mentioned before that I've worked in a hybrid setting where I was a remote employee, sometimes coming into an office where this was sort of the norm, and I was even then kind of taken back by why is I have friends outside of work. I have a social life outside of work. You can follow Gonçalo and see the work that he's doing as a digital nomad and the community that's created amongst people that actually have stuff in common outside of work. And this is really healthy because it helps separate work life from your real life, from your social life. And it's helpful for us to have a balance there and not to have all the energy in one space. So that's one side of the coin, is that the office doesn't have to be the source of your social life, and you can have a social life outside of this. In fact, you should. But the second piece is that there is a place for having interconnection with your teammates, and that is totally possible in a virtual world. And so we could go into specifics. I'm sure we all have some ways for doing that. And June, if you want, we can go into more detail on that. But the point is that like maybe you take a step back. Maybe you can't have 100% of what you have in the office setting as far as like having a deep connection with your colleagues. But I would say you can get really close, 90 or 95% of the way there by hosting events online and by occasionally getting together, perhaps during more normal times. It's possible to have a fully remote culture and still build bonds and trust with your teammates. That is for sure.
So just to kind of underscore all of the things that have been said so far, even beyond this particular question, is that there is inertia. Human behavior, business behavior has the same kind of inertia that physical bodies do, right? An object in motion tends to stay in motion, right? You can tell that like once upon a time I was a school teacher, right? I'm using the book definition and going to be repeating it until you learn it, right? And when I was a school teacher, right? That's as co-located environment as it gets, right? Bells to tell you to go to a mandatory meeting with another 35 people on the hour, every hour, right? Every day, right? And there being a certain amount of like, oh, okay, I didn't, speaking of Chase's idea, like randomized choice happened to pick who you're going to spend your time with for the next, 50 minutes, right? And I still tell people, that it feels like I'm taking a day off of school every day, right? This is a second career for me in software and software support. And I think, I did literally have to take a day off of work to have lunch with my spouse, right? I did that yesterday, kind of on accident, right? I think those are the types of things that, I'm a dad, I'm a youth sports coach, right? I'm a whole set of things before I am, a worker, right? And I think that the more we say that every day that we work in an office is on purpose, is intentional. Like I chose this, right? Even as business leaders, even as government, like structure, planners, right? Like, what are we going to do? Are we just going to keep doing what we've been doing, or are we going to choose tomorrow? Are we going to choose today the things that we want to have for ourselves, right? To be intentional, to make a decision, to be considered, right? Really is like something that is kind of comes along for the ride when you do things in a remote space, because there's the framing of your question even, right, is like, well, prove it remote work, can you replace these things? Well, are those things even present in an office culture, right? And I think what Gonçalo and Chase have kind of suggested is that maybe not. Maybe not, and that, there is an opportunity for us to choose something better, even if it is to be in the office, that like, okay, these are the things that we're going to do, like in reference to the pandemic, but also in reference to the experience of working remotely for, 12, 16 months. Right? Like what, how are we going to learn from this? How are we going to take this moment and bring back the office? If the office is the right thing for your company, bring it back in a way that honors the experience of these last 16 months, or, however long it happens to be. Right? That needs to be something where we're not just kind of letting the objects in motion tend to stay that way, right? That like, even if we are to stay remotely, like doing it in a way that like honors the contribution of those that are in your organization, right? Inside of their roles, outside of their roles, inside of the organization, outside of their organization, right? And to be considerate of that people are, not just working for you, but like they're people outside of the work that they do. And like, thank you for showing up and working for us, right? I think that is something that remote working kind of like is, in the streets waving the flag for. But I think it's something that we need to be, recognizing that was always the case. Just sometimes we ignored it.
I agree. Really good points. And just to tie it in, with this topic we're in, the connection and the trust and around the organization, they think that it's all being back in the office will resolve their problem. What's happening now is companies are leaning more towards going hybrid, right? Whether that's remote first, remote friendly or whatever. The fact is that they are leaning towards that, and people keep on saying that maybe hybrid is actually the future of work. And many companies are still undecided, are still on the fence on that. But what's your opinion on it, about going hybrid and not being able to decide on which way to go?
My experience is sorry, I'm just jumping in here. My experience of working was, like I say, in as co-located as it gets at a school where there's like buses to bring the children to the location, right? We are, and then obviously Hub staff is a fully distributed. We have no headquarters. I joke that our headquarters is Cancun, Mexico, where we last had our company retreat. We're fingers crossed that we're going to have a new headquarters when we all come together. Hopefully somewhere, maybe it's Madeira. I hope that we have the opportunity to visit Gonçalo or any of the other places where there's all of the amazing kind of facility for those types of interactions to happen. But I think that's going to be something, when you think about, okay, it doesn't have to be either or, right? So some version of hybrid seems to be a thing that people are considering, and I think that's really possible for organizations that already had a geographic kind of time zone, or even metropolitan area like set of people working for it. But I'm wondering about those already global, right? Organizations, or those organizations that are just starting today or started during the pandemic, right? What are the choices that they're going to make? Because the companies of the future, the companies of what's going to happen next, are not the ones that are operating today, right? But there's going to be a hacker house in Madeira that transforms the European Union's entire economy, right?
Working on that.
Right. But I mean that's the thing that is the we're in this kind of remote working community online. The thing that you're seeing people doing is self-organizing the hacker houses that used to be in a basement of a VC's had like a place for everybody to sleep and then code and crushing the code, and it was just kind of like a co-located ugly sort of version of things. I wouldn't they be served much better to be in a place that had a place to relax and what wasn't completely consumed with that all their interactions might be online, that like there might be ways for them to come together for quarterly or biannually, right? Or whatever the version of when do you come together, and when do you stay apart, and when do you those things are all in the air, and it is scary to be thinking about all those things at once. But I think that flipping it around, June, you've got Automatic coming, right? Their idea is, instead of traveling for 48 weeks out of the year, and working from home like for a month, flipping it around and saying, okay, 4 weeks a year, we're going to come together and be together and travel, right? And the other time, it's up to you. Where do you want to work, right? I mean, I think that kind of mentality is going to be really, really attractive to workers. And then also, like we've been talking about, people are productive in that environment. So that's going to be very attractive to companies as well.
I will just add that I think hybrid work has become a popular, the hybrid setup has become a popular word amongst the mainstream, and then therefore it's become sort of a negative buzzword amongst people in the remote community and trying to challenge it in a way. And I think we should probably temper that a little bit, because I think the real negative possibility is that people just assume hybrid is the easy, safe way to go and don't go about it. I used the word intentionally earlier, but just to use it again here, if you don't go about hybrid work intentionally, it can be a real disaster. So having had some experience in that world versus a fully location independent world, I can say that like just a couple things that you want to watch out for if hybrid is the way that you're going to go, where you have some people in an office at least some of the time and some people working remotely, is to really be intentional about the tools that you're using and the practices you put into place so that one piece of the pie doesn't get left out of the equation. So it's very easy if you have a lot of people in an office, but people working remotely, for a lot of decisions to be made in silos. It's very easy for your tools that you use to be set up to kind of cater to the people in the office and then not set up for the remote workers. And it is hard to find that balance. Like if you're using, if you do a lot of things in conference rooms, for instance, but you have people working remotely who have to call into those conference calls, like their experience is very different than the people that are sitting in that room altogether. So how are you going to make that call work for everybody? If you extrapolate that out across hundreds and thousands of employees, productivity can really take a hit. So just there's a lot more that can be said about this. Like I know we don't have all the time in the world, but I guess I would just sum it up by saying, like, I think hybrid can work. It's probably the most likely scenario for most companies in the next phase of this transition. And the point is just to really give some real thought to how you're going to make it work for everybody.
Yeah, I think hybrid is just for me, it's just the MVP. Like, what can we do that is enough for some people that want to work remotely, but don't risk too much if this thing goes wrong? We can actually have a plan for when it goes wrong. And that's normal for entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs are always checking how can they mitigate risk. So I think a hybrid is a good way to mitigate risk. It is a lower risk option because, again, if things go wrong, let's just call people to the office again. Let's just hire more office space. I do think that one thing that was not said, I do think that if hybrid will work, first, hybrid is much harder than fully remote or fully office. It's just harder because, again, like Shay said, there is 2 employee experiences. There is too many. It's like managing 2 companies that somehow need to work together. And sometimes the 2 companies have teams in common, which is a little bit scary. But I think it's possible to make it happen. But I do believe that you need to throw some money at it by hiring a person that will be responsible for the whole process and the daily life, basically. I do think if you try to put HR only in charge of this, it will fail. I don't say it will fail, but it will not work properly. You'll have some issues. I do think you have to need one person. It can come from HR, but they need to learn more about processes, about documentation, and that's completely possible. There is great courses around already. But without a person responsible for all this, I think it will fail. I feel like there is a big chance that not like fail and people will go away, but fail like process will not be okay, communication will not be okay, people will start burning out, people that are remote will start complaining that they are missing out and they will have FOMO from the office. But if you have a person that is overlooking all this, and trust me, this is a full-time job. This is even a 2-person full-time job because it's documentation, it's communication, it's processes, it's culture, are the people remote? How can we give perks for people that are remote that are more or less the same from the people that are in the office? Because in the office you have the coffee, you have the ping pong machine, you have the PlayStation. How can we give this experience for the people that are remote? So there's a whole set of things that you have to think twice for office and remote. And trust me, your HR will burn out if you put this on them because they have no idea as well. They are still learning. So I think with this person in charge for the whole experience, hybrid can work. Can it thrive though? I think to thrive, to be like a very good, well-oiled machine, I think it's hard. I think it's really hard. I think it's a lot of work. It can work well. I don't think it can thrive and be amazing like fully remote or like full office is right now. I think it can be really challenging, but it can work well. And if you want to mitigate risk, I think that's a good option.
Yeah, I agree. Basically, it's really difficult for you to have those 2 sets, of people, like the people who are in the office and people who are, remote. And I've been in that situation wherein you are the only person in the conference, right? And then they are in the conference room and they're looking at you like that. And eventually they start socializing and chatting and whatnot. And they complete that they forget that you are there. And it happens, because this is something that we do unconsciously, and talking and interacting with people that is in your presence is going to be a lot easier than it is when talking to somebody who is just in the square box. So I completely agree with Gonçalo that you need to have a head of remote, like a person who will be championing, or maybe even not a head of remote, but you need to have somebody in charge of it, not just like somebody from, you know, your HR that would be like a sideline for them, because this is going to be a full-time job, and somebody needs to think about, you know, what it is for, how it will benefit the entire country, and not just kind of like, let's just wing it sort of plan, because that's what people are doing now. You know, we're just going to go ahead and give them laptops, you know, we're going to send them computers and just have them work from home. And, you know, or, you know, we can give them laptops and we can call them here whenever we want to. So it's kind of difficult to maintain, you know, the culture, to have that seamless sort of relationship, and that it will have, you know, all of the employees will be an equal platform if you do have the hybrid setup, right? Okay, so guys, we are a little bit over time, so we don't have any time for Q&A. But what you have shared so far, there's plenty, and we are getting comments from, you know, the audiences here, that they've learned so much from these talks. So it's really good. It's really good. We're getting really good feedback, and I want to thank you for coming in, for speaking, for sharing your knowledge, sharing your experience. And I am quite sure, you know, that we will be, you know, if anybody wants to reach out to you, you know, get the services, you know, for example, any consultations or whatnot, we are going to leave your LinkedIn profile in the chat, and send them the information as well later, so it will be easier for them. But I think that is about it. I am going to go ahead and close the panel officially, and we will be handing over the talk to our friend Alo from the Department of Trade Industry. He's going to be doing the closing with our Assistant Secretary Jean after our discussion. All right. So once again, thank you, and bye, guys. Go.
Good afternoon po. Magandang hapon po muli sa ating lahat. On behalf of the organizers, we extend our greatest appreciation to each and every one of you. Now I would like to call on the e-commerce lead of the Department of Trade and Industry, Assistant Secretary Mary Jean Pacheco, for her closing message. Asik Jean.
the way of working rather. And when we started discussing about the need for jobs, and because of the pandemic, there were a lot of people who kind of like lost their jobs. We said maybe there is really quite a potential in working remote, which June really kind of highlighted as well. So this is the reason why for the past 2 days po, we introduced the concept of work remote, no? So yung day one natin was on individuals. So it really focused on the ins and outs of remote work for job seekers and individuals. It covered the benefits of remote work, how to look for remote work, and also the impact of remote work, no, in the global workforce. So ito na ho yung nakikita nating future, no? So parang nagiging future ready na rin tayo, no, by introducing the concept of work remote. Having said that, it is not just about individuals getting a job, but it's also about businesses, no, applying work remote as they deem fit, no, in their businesses. Sabi ho nila, matutuloy talaga pa ho ito, ano. So ang ganitong klaseng this system of working. So yung day 2 natin focused on how companies can adapt to remote working and how to be an efficient and effective manager of people. I was extremely interested about the conversation kanina about talking about people, culture, and the way of doing things. No, so we all learned something basically new. So I'd like to tell everyone that this project. Work remote is only one part of the component on our pet project, which is on the pivot embrace technology. As earlier mentioned by our principal, sila Yusek Boy, who attended the first day, marami po sa inyo ang naging interested. Kaya ho, nagpapasalamat kami talaga dito kay Work Remote kasi because sa sobrang dami ng nag-manifest ng interest, sabi ng Work Remote, why don't we give an online conference so that many people can understand and can at least appreciate some of this important new way of doing things. So I would like to end by saying I believe that it was really truly an remarkable past few days. In fact, I'd like to end by saying about a regional director of us who just texted me, and that she did say about the sessions being very informative. No, so RD Beckbeck, maraming salamat sa iyo. That means to say that view is actually shared by many. So for those of you who are still interested, please you do Work Remote is there, but of course the DTI e-commerce is here. You just subaybayan niyo po kami. Abangan po niyo yung aming mga projects pa, e-commerce at dti.gov.ph. Dalawin niyo po kami doon at pwede naman din po sa Facebook at dti.ecommerce. So thank you so much to everyone for being here to Work Remote. And on behalf of the DTI, maraming salamat po.